And they're really losing touch with Aaron Lichty. He looks like he's cruising home for another win.
Lichty is smiling in the mirror right now as we got the recovery team on the front straightaway. Swenson back down the inside on Luke McGrew. Trade for second spot again. Then Austin Hurdle and Emil Tab. They have not been able to sort that out just yet. And Eric Catil is coming, as I think we're going to have a full course yellow. The field's slowed here. And for the second time this weekend, a full course yellow slowing the progress of this race, Tom. This has just been a disastrous weekend for car reliability, and it's frustrating to see these races get cut short like this. But we did get racing yesterday after a full course yellow, so hopefully we can see the same here today.
It is frustrating, but I don't know that it's a surprise because this is the first race of 2021 for most of these drivers, and without really the opportunity to shake cars down, we're barely into March, and it's kind of hard to know exactly what you're coming into. A lot of drivers doing work into the season through the winter, and when you haven't gotten a chance to shake things down, you're basically testing reliability right here live on camera for racing.
Yeah, so with the full course yellow, you see the red and yellow striped flag. That indicates that there is a surface hazard on the racetrack, which could be debris, it could be fluid, and in this case, it's more likely fluid. But Dozman did a really good job pulling the car off track. I have to feel, my heart breaks for him because they battled yesterday with that broken ball joint issue in the right front. They spent all night working on that, fixing it, finding the parts. They got that car repaired, and then have something completely different go up in smoke today. That's got to be so frustrating.
Go up in smoke, literally and figuratively. But how impressive has the Cayman for Aaron Lichty been on debut? It's just really been completely bulletproof and on pace bulletproof as well. I think the only car that has really held a candle to it, as far as we know, is Eric Catil's Civic, the white and red car that sits in 6th place. I know from talking to him personally that he had a predicted lap of a 2:28, which would have been faster than anybody has gone. The fastest we've ever seen was the 2:29s. Yeah, so that car might be able to hold a candle to it, but otherwise Lichty has just been in control.
And Lichty brought this car to bring something different to GLTC, to show the different variety of drivetrains, weight classes, and tire compound that you can bring and be competitive here. Now, Lichty's normal car is a Honda-powered Mazda Miata. He finished runner-up in the championship, won the most races of anyone, and remains the winningest driver in the series. He won 9 races last year, even more than the eventual champion Eric Catil, who won the championship by only 4 points due to drop rounds. So Lichty is a very successful driver. He brought this car to look and sound cool. It's doing the part. He didn't feel confident in its longevity, though, but so far this weekend, it hasn't had to stand up to that. We've only had 4 consecutive laps of racing. That car is not going to burn up those rear tires. He talked to me yesterday, Tom, said that the rear tire temp's 40 degrees hotter than the front tire, so those things will get hot if you get enough laps under it.
That's a surprise, actually, to me. It almost makes me wonder if there's more development or setup testing to be done to make the front end work a little bit better. But it's also not a huge surprise because here at COTA we have 6 big digs on the track. We got turn 1, we've got turn 11, 12, 13, 15, and 20. Of the 20 corners on the circuit, almost over a quarter of them are really tight hairpin style corners. So you're working the rear tires a little bit more coming off of those corners, and a mid-engine car is going to excel at that, but it comes at a cost.
So again, under full course caution here for Grid Life Touring Cup race number 2 for a potential motor issue for the number 0 of Ben Dozman. Looks like they're analyzing the surface now. I don't see any slick surface there. I don't see it on oil trail. We did see Justin Lee have an explosion of that Duratec motor in qualifying, and we could definitely see the visible oil trail, but I don't see one here. So they might have looked at the surface and said, okay, I think we're okay, and might pull off the racetrack. We could get green here. The yellow flag being pulled back into the flag stand. Now, whether or not the pace truck pulls in this time by, that's the ultimate question. And can we get some more racing in this session? Only 8 minutes a lap, so we're not quite halfway through this session yet, Tom, which means we still could get a handful more laps.
And everything is compressed back down, so that's good news for drivers like Eric Catil. It's definitely maybe good news for Dyson Pham, who's a driver that's been a little quiet for us so far on the stream, but it's a Blue S2000 towards the back of this field. It's from Houston, has been here before, raced with us last year, was our most recent race winner at NOLA last year as well in November. So that Blue S2000 is experienced enough. He showed up pretty late for the weekend. He only got 1 lap in qualifying and 1 lap in race 1. So that car will be another one that's fun to watch, but I think we are coming to green.
Back to the restart, rear-acted, restacked, green flag back in the air for Grid Life Touring Cup race number 2 at Circuit of the Americas. Aaron Lichty defending from Luke McGrew in the Duratec Miata right behind Jeremy Swenson. Emil Tab, look at Austin Hurdle, and Eric Catil from the back of the pack. looked like he wanted to go 3 wide there, Tom, but thought better of it. He has the pace to make this move here, but he might just be patient and let it come to him. Tab all the way out to the rumbles at the exit of 1. Now 3 wide down the hill towards turn number 2. 3 wide. Miata, 370Z, Catil. Huge slide through turn number 2. Can he gather it back up? He's going to drift like something out of a movie and pulls it back on course, loses 2 spots, now cuts turn number 3. What a save, as there is George Kustum-Bardis in the NB Turbo Miata. Catil's going to shortcut the S's, and looks like a chance for him to win this race is gone.
I wonder if he might have picked up a flat tire or something with that contact with Austin Hurdle. They definitely made contact, and I got to say, Catil really cut down on him. They were 3 wide, and Catil left him absolutely no margin for error, and that's a rookie wheel-to-wheel racer. That's kind of a bold move as far as I'm concerned, but Hurdle kind of reeling from that. Up at the front, it's Cayman McGrew, it's Lichty, McGrew, Swenson. Swenson's got a lot of pressure from Emil Tab on that restart. He was really aggressive at the green flag, and now is filling the mirrors of that Corvette.
Onto the back straightaway here, huge power slide by Luke McGrew, putting the torque to the ground. Emil Tab running in behind, and Brian Heitkotter of Chris Forsberg Racing, another 370Z build. We had no idea how this car was going to stack up, but now the 2 370Zs right now. 4th and 5th in line. Here comes Swenson, actually make that 5th and 6th. Swenson drag racing McGrew into turn 12.
McGrew is very slow down that back straightaway. I wonder if he might have made a mistake, potentially missed a gear off of turn 11, but down into turn 12 now. McGrew very conservative on the brakes. Swenson closes the door around the outside, and Emil Tab with a run off of 12 up into turn 13, shows the nose. They're going to go side by side for 3rd.
McGrew's got a problem. He's way off pace. That was 5 or 6 miles an hour off pace, and then lost some ground there to Tab. But now they're going to drag race towards turn 15. This is the tight and twisty section, but look at the ABS that Emil Tab can arc this line in and still get the car slowed down. The long way around through 15 up onto the rumbles at corner exit, and Austin Hurdle licking his chops behind. He wants to get back by these 2.
Tab is on the preferred line into the carousel, 16, 17, 18. He easily takes that position. Hurdle is behind looking for the position as well. Eric Catil is back running. He had that mistake at turn 2, went wide for all of the S's, but now side by side for McGrew and Hurdle. Hurdle's wide, not going to quite get it there in turn 19.
Can he cross over into turn 20, though? He's going to have a look. No, he doesn't. He stays in line. Up front, it's still Aaron Lichty in the white Porsche Cayman. It's a 2010 model. Swenson, though, a very different sounding and looking V8 Corvette, brand new 2001 build that he built this season, and it's been competitive so far across the line here as we make our way up the front straightaway.
Man, that 370 is just so fast off of the first couple hundred yards in the corner. He's down on the brakes now for Hurdle. The white front end, the 370, takes the position at turn 1. McGrew around the outside sweeps it, and we'll get the preferred line for turn 2. This is where these drivers were very close quarters last lap, and this lap it's a little more comfortable. Brian Heitkotter doesn't seem to quite have the pace to join this battle, though, I must say.
Well, if they run side by side, he will, and through the S's, they're going to get single file. Look at Hurdle carry speed there into the right-hander. Now back to left. See those big yellow anti-cut curbs? Don't want to run over those. But Hurdle gets right up next to them. Heitkotter closing in, and behind them I think I see Eric Meadows. He wants back in this fight. He was in the middle of it yesterday in race number 1. It's a 4-car battle now for 4th spot.
Yeah, Joel Morrison in the S2000 is joining that one as well. Jeremy Boysen a little bit further off of it. And we should mention the 2 370Zs, although they may appear very similar cars. One is a more traditional style wheel-to-wheel race car with Hoosier Racing tires on it, slicks, and it's a little heavier. Brian Heikotter's car is on GT Radial tires. That is their sponsor, and that car is on street tires, so they're very different. Emil Tab, though, so racy on the back of Swenson.
He took a lunge down into 11. He didn't quite make it alongside, so he decided not to go through with it. We saw yesterday Brian Heitkotter do a similar move on Eric Meadows, and he managed to get to the inside. Meadows ran all the way out. Different from last year, we have the exit curbs that are big, and you don't want to run over those. Meanwhile, McGrew dealing with Austin Hurdle, again down towards turn 12, that 370Z, so fast, and it's a rocket ship in a straight line.
Yeah, it's got the motor for sure. The torque, I should say, but deep on the brakes. It's pretty good on the brakes, too, to outbrake a little Miata like that. Then there's the rolling speed. That's the weight showing the Miata lighter than the Nissan, and he gets a bit of momentum up into turn 13. Can he do anything with it? Yes, Hurdle leaves him the room. But this is the cool part about the arena section. Now Hurdle gets the preferred line back for turn 15, and he's going to try to keep the car there at least. Does. Lunges.
Whoa, here comes Heitkotter in behind, and Joel Morrison. It's a 4-car battle for 4th spot here. McGrew, Austin Hurdle, Brian Heitkotter, and Joel Morrison having an amazing scrap here through the carousel. Now downhill through the triple apex right-hander. Hurdle going to go the long way around to Heitkotter as Heitkotter had gotten by. Now the 2 Nissans battling for position into turn 19.
Heitkotter pitches into the inside, but Hurdle's going to keep the position. Race tires versus street tires. Street tires takes it around the outside somehow. The Chris Forsberg Racing 370 handling well through turn 19, maintains the point over those 2 cars, and now Joel Morrison tries the outside, but back for second.
Jeremy Swenson in second place. Emil Tab, as the white flag flies, will get one more lap around here at Circuit of the Americas. Morrison in the S2000 on the left-hand side of your screen. Hurdle on the right-hand side of your screen. They're going to get 3.5 more miles to sort it out, but Hurdle's pace is fading here. Oh, Biz spinning down in turn number 1. That's Jeremy Swenson off of Emil Tab down there.
And if my eyes don't deceive me, I see a little clunk on the back of Jeremy Swenson's car. I think potentially body damage, so he might have got some help. Yes, tire rubbing. There's definitely damage on the C5 Corvette, so contact between Emil Tab and Jeremy Swenson for second. Tab continues relatively unscathed, but unfortunately for Swenson, he's off the podium and dealing with some tire issues as well, which promotes Luke McGrew back up onto the podium.
There's a safety truck out there. There's a local caution in the S's area. It's Aaron Lichty way up the road. There's Swenson pulled off, and he's decided to not continue. That's a smart move there, Tom. You don't want a tire to come apart at 100+ miles an hour, so he will pull off. But you'd have to imagine that there was some pretty significant contact in turn 1. We didn't get a good look at it, so we don't know how it happened, so we're going to reserve judgment on that for later. But Emil Tab continues. You see that dent on the nose. I think it might have been some front to rear contact potentially.
Yeah, it's really tricky down there into turn 1 because there's just so much space to use. Definitely going to reserve judgment on that, on how it happened. But Luke McGrew, with how Tab was held up a bit, he's within striking distance. It's going to take maybe a mistake, or maybe if Emil's pace is off by a bit, but the battle for second is still kind of there.
The winning formula, the two drivers out front, Aaron Lichty bringing that Porsche Cayman. Again, as we've seen all weekend, that car has not had to stand up to the test of time. In race 3 later, we might see that happen. Here's Morrison and Austin Hurdle back here for about 6th spot. They're continuing to battle through this tight arena section, and Hurdle's racecraft, again, has been quite good today, and I think he might have one more shot here at this S2000 coming into the last 2 corners.
Well, this is the section where that car should really excel. It just gets off the corners so well, but I do know as well, down here in turn 15, the car is very much between second and third gear. That is why he got such a poor run last time, side by side. He just could not get the car off the corner. Morrison pulls a gear. Look at the power of the 370. He's going to have a look.
Through the triple apex right-hander once more. Hurdle closing in within striking distance of this car for 6th. Out front, Aaron Lichty has driven away. It will be a second victory on the weekend for him, but battles in the mid-pack behind as they've been all weekend. Morrison slips a little bit at the apex, tracks way out to the edge of the rumbles. That was 4 tires off there, Tom, but I don't think he gained a whole lot of time from it. Checkered flag, Aaron Lichty wins the second of 2 races here so far this weekend. Emil Tab unofficially finishes second. Luke McGrew third. Brian Heitkotter, his first top 5 of his Grid Life Touring Cup Series career. Joel Morrison brings home a 5th. Austin Hurdle, Boysen Meadows, and Swenson. Swenson's going to drop to the bottom here, so this will give Dyson Pham a run inside the top 10 here after he made his first appearance in GLTC at this racetrack 1 year ago. That was a wild one.
Yeah, lots of ups and downs. I think we need to get a little momentum on the weekend for some of these drivers to really show their stuff, but the cars that I'm impressed with so far, obviously, Lichty has just been very, very consistent, and we kind of expected that. He's definitely set up for success there. Brian Heitkotter, though, showing his experience. This is a driver that has professional racing experience, the first ever winner of GT Academy with Gran Turismo back in the, I think, maybe 2010, 2011. And that car, I guarantee you, is not the fastest car. It's a brand new build, and he just showed experience in that race to pick his way through those battles, be in the right place, and end up with that 4th spot. So if he can continue to do that, that's going to be a really good performance. But if it strings out, it's going to be a little tough.
And for that team, Chris Forsberg Racing, they put that car together in only a couple of weeks, and already very, very competitive, and on a different tire than a lot of the drivers are out there running. They're on a GT Radial 200 treadwear, so performing very, very well. Aaron Lichty, though, that Cayman has been rock solid. He thought the weakness would be in the longevity of the races. They're not super long, but you start to heat up those rear tires. The difference, Tom, we've had full course yellows in both of our races. It hasn't had to stand up to the test of time, and Eric Catil wasn't able to complete his run to the front. I'm just curious what happened at 82. If he ran off course, could he have broken something, or was it just a tire issue where he backed out of the race and finished in 13th?
It's certainly not been a fun trip to Texas for poor Eric, because constant mechanical issues. He finally gets the car running and seems to have some pace. Again, he has like 4 laps of this track. So he was learning the track while wheel-to-wheel racing with these guys. And for him to really pinch down on Austin Hurdle like that was a little hot for how cool it is this morning, I think. To kick the day off, he might have asked for that one a bit. But we'll hope for that car is either bolt a new tire on or go through it and make sure that it's okay. I'm also going to have a lot of fun watching Austin Hurdle. Even though he only finished 6th in that race, that car's got a motor and a half, and he will certainly be successful in wheel-to-wheel when we come back to the green flag for race 3.
Yeah, and going back to that turn 2 issue with Eric Catil, Hurdle was kind of split in the 3-wide situation, kind of in the middle. I'm not really sure what he could have done to get out of that. Catil went driver's left and then sort of tried to turn in, got into the dirty area. I just don't think that was ever going to work. I'm not really sure if anybody could have or should have backed out there, but everyone kept it straight. And Catil, what a heck of a job driving that car he did. I mean, that car was dead sideways. He just flat floored it and tried to keep that thing pointed the right direction. So a pretty amazing race, but we're going to have race number 3 of the weekend here in just a couple of hours at 10 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Eastern. Kyle Heyer alongside Tom O'Gorman will be back with race number 3, set by the finishing order from race number 2. So for the 3rd time this weekend, Aaron Lichty will be on pole position. So Grid Life Touring Cup from COTA. It's been a wild weekend. I expect to see a whole lot more wild action later this afternoon. But Tom, can't wait to see you at race number 3.
I cannot wait. Can we do it now?
We can do it in 2 hours. We'll see you guys at 10 a.m. Thanks for watching. Next session, for the first session of the day here for SLB, we'll turn it over.
Jeff, I'm moving my camera. Trying to figure out why my mic isn't working.
All right, guys, welcome back to Super Lap Battle USA 2021 Day 2. We started out with a really exciting race from Grid Life Touring Cup. It was the very first standing start race they did on camera. So they've done a standing start race in the past, but this was on camera. So this was super exciting. Carla, what did you think about that race?
Yeah, I thought the race was really exciting. Obviously, there was a few moments of contact, so that, you know, as a spectator, makes things quite exciting here at Circuit of the Americas. We saw some good passes as well, so overall I thought it was a pretty exciting event.
No, super fun. It's a great way to start the day. So they went out there, they did their race. It's really awesome to see a amateur series do a standing start, get through turn one with 18 or 20 cars. It had a little bit of yellow. We had a car blow a motor, so the restart was super clean. Everything was fun. But we're back, guys. We're here back to time attack, so let's see what we got going on. These guys are still on their hot laps. So we're still waiting to see a flyer, but if you guys were here yesterday, you know we had some drama. There were a few cars with issues. I think Carla's got a little info on what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. So I had some updates from some of the teams overnight. First and foremost, Life Motorsports with their GTR. They left the track early due to their mechanical issues, so they towed it to a nearby shop and where they were able to work on the car overnight and fix the axle issues, I believe it was. There was a drive shaft, if you would remember.
Okay, so the Life car was a drive shaft. It's been replaced. I talked to Cole a little bit ago. I think they're ready to go out and lay down a lap, so we'll see that.
All right, yes, and we also spoke with Devin Alexandria overnight, and her team with AIG, they actually stayed until about midnight last night helping out Jackie Ding in their Supra, fixing some of the aerodynamic pieces on the car and kind of just making sure that he's ready to go today. They spent 4 hours working on his car overnight, and they're not even involved in Jackie Ding's program.
No, that was really cool. The IAG team really went over there and helped him out. His wing was trying to pull off the trunk.
That's insane. I mean, I guess that's what happens when you have a lot of downforce. So
there's zero doubt about that. So in the beginning of the day, their front aero that was designed by Veris and made by Spage was so strong it was basically tearing the splitter mounting off. Now at the end of day one, their wing was tearing the trunk off. I would say he's making some downforce.
I think you're onto something with that as well.
So this is a hot lap here for Mr. Ding, K and Ding. This is the other Ding. Thomas Thompson just took 3 seconds off of his lap time from
wow,
yesterday.
Somebody put some fresh tires on this morning, and he is ready to go. He always comes out strong, first session, first lap. This is exactly what he did yesterday. He came out strong, set his fastest lap time of the day, first lap yesterday.
And then stay consistent within 2 or 3 tenths every single session after that. So it looks like Jonathan Wheeler has a lot to catch up to now. He was about 1.5 seconds off. Now he's about 4.5 seconds off.
Well, let's see what he's got in the books for Thomas Thompson as well.
No, and it's exciting is what it is. So Mary Valdez right there, okay? So she did a 2:39 and put her 1.5 seconds up on 4th place. So she's in a podium spot, first time here at Circuit of the Americas, all the way from New York. I think Honda's going to have to throw her a sponsorship because she's driving a 100,000-mile Type R to a podium finish here at Circuits of the Americas so far.
Absolutely. And
that is Mary Valdez right there.
Oh, here we are. She's inside of her CTR right now, and looks like she's ready to go.
You know what's funny about her? Not her. What's funny about her car is we talked yesterday at the end of the day, and she realized that her fastest time was set with traction control on. First session, she had it off, obviously, but, you know, with the excitement of the event and all the nerves and everything, she actually told me in the last session she was in the pit and she made the mistake of looking up and to the left and seeing all the fans, and she'd never been through that, so it just threw her game off. She still set a great lap time, but today she's ready to go ahead and try and go faster with the traction control off, being a better driver. But it looks like Mr. Ding just did a 2:39.359.
All right, yeah, looks like he is continuing to find time here. Oh, looks like we have possibly a spin or mechanical issue here.
You know, from where he is, that is for sure a spin. That is Rev Match Racing right there. He has been doing great all weekend. I don't think he made any contact, and if he did, it's super minimal because I can't even see it on camera. And that's going into the pit lane, so that means, I want to say it's turn 19. He probably just came in a little hot, put 2 over to the right, tried to correct it, and just spun it out. So it's the best place to go off because you're right there ready to get to your team.
Absolutely, and all the drivers are out here. They're pushing the limits of the car. They're pushing the limits of themselves as a driver. And And so occasionally we'll see stuff like this, and
No, it's not unheard of at all. And time attack is not wheel-to-wheel racing. The thing about it is you have to push every corner, and if that means you feel like you can carry a little bit more speed into the corner to get a better exit speed, well, you tend to see things like that.
And whoa, Andy Hollis found 9 seconds over his lap time yesterday. My goodness.
Yeah, that was pretty good, guys. That was pretty good. For those of you wondering, you see these wings coming off of Mary Valdez's steering wheel. Those are the factory radio controls from a Type R. The sad thing about new cars is you control so many things from the buttons on the steering wheel. When you put a race wheel in it, you can't even change what your dash is showing you, because it will show you a lot of things, and then you're stuck looking at gas mileage or boost or gas mileage or GPS, So
wait, you don't want to calculate your MPGs
on track?
What?
So there are companies that make these amazing little adapters here that let you put the factory controls low and out of the way, but still functioning, so you don't run into any of those issues. Mary Valdez has not... Oh, she did a 2:38, Carla. There it is. So she picked up a second off of yesterday's time. So that's fantastic. And this is basically a stock power Type R. Got a J's Racing exhaust, stock downpipe, stock front pipe, intake on the car. So this thing is basically what Honda made it for. A car out of the box, ready to just go tear it up on the track.
Speaking of which, Austin Shipley finding more time with a 240.759.
First time ever driving rear-wheel drive, first time in the Supra. He did a 239 yesterday, and he felt like there's definitely more time in it today, so I feel good for him. You have Druv Bazar doing a 244 and Mr. Luthi doing a 251. Both of them went a little faster yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, getting in the groove, but these first two sessions are going to be the sessions to beat. The weather is amazing. The track is up to temp. There was just a wheel-to-wheel race, so there's rubber down. I think overall this is going to be the session in the next session where they can go as fast as possible.
Yeah, there's Austin Shipley on screen right there in the new Supra. So fun fact about that car, he actually was registered to drive his CTR here for this event, and unfortunately 2 weeks before he had to leave for the event, he was driving to go get his alignment for this event, and a car hit him on the street. And wow, so devastating. I mean, now he can't even bring the car here. But rather than telling us, hey guys, I got into a car accident, can't make it to the event, he said, hey guys, I got into a car accident, my car won't be here, but I'm going to figure out how I'm going to be there. And here he is in a Supra that actually used to be owned by Jackie Ding himself.
Correct. So he did get into an accident. Car required a lot of repairs. It's a high dollar number. Oh, Mr. Nick Bright getting pulled off. That's not what we want to see. Remember, that car yesterday almost went into the wall straight ahead.
Yes, that was so wild. We actually had it live on camera at the time.
You don't get lucky like that very often. And I mean lucky as in, I'm going to say nothing bad happened, but not very often do you get to watch a car have a complete brake failure and then save it on the same stream. You're usually cutting to it, trying to figure out what's going on. But he'll get it figured out. He's here with the RS Future team, WRD Racing, Amir Mental. So those guys will be here. They'll figure it out for him. He'll get back on track.
Yes, that was such a wild thing to watch live. I mean, coming down the back straight into that brake zone, into the hairpin left-hander turn, he just had complete brake failure, went straight into the gravel trap, and it was enough to slow down the car, but not enough to stop it. And just at the end of the gravel trap, there's a little bit of grass right before the wall.
Oh, we got to see a quick view of that spoon car out of Mary's window. That was awesome.
And he made a smart decision as a driver. He turned left at the last minute, which was able to grab the rear tires into the grass and redirected his car away from the wall.
It's exactly what it was. If he'd have turned any earlier, it wouldn't have been good. He did everything right. That's just the best way to put it. He did nothing wrong there. It was all fantastic.
And that's not just a spoon-wrapped car. That is the actual spoon.
CL7. You are 100% correct. That was the wheel-to-wheel car. It's got a stock K-Series in it, just like that beautiful Thai racing Fujitsu Subaru WRX that we see here. Both those cars are not just wrapped to match the car they wanted to be. Both of those are the real versions of the car. So you don't want to see anything bad happen to those. Those are Japanese racing heritage. Andy Hollis in his CRX doing a 234.356.
That's a really cool CRX. It's a street class car, but it has a K24 swap in it. So looks like a wicked fast car. He's a guy that has multiple cool cars too. So we're excited to have him out here.
No,
at
and
Super
I
Lap
mean,
Battle.
we said yesterday we hadn't heard of him. Obviously, we like to do our research. We looked into him. Plus, I got chastised by the world here. So what happened was he is actually One Lap of America famous. I want to say famous. He's royalty. You know, if you've ever watched One Lap of America, if you've ever been part of it, if you've ever seen it, everyone knows who he is. So we're super blessed to have him here. Obviously, CRX is Carla's favorite Honda chassis, which is weird because it's a CRX. But
second favorite.
I'm not here to judge. You know, S2000s don't count. I'm not here to. It's our favorite front-wheel drive variation. But honestly, he's out here laying it down. Bailey Ipoc definitely got his car figured out. He just came out and did a 247.
That's another driver that we had we saw have some issues yesterday as well, but looks like he's back out, coming out strong this morning.
No, absolutely. And we're going to give you one more look at the in-car while she's still out here flying because she's pushing lap after lap. It's pretty cool to see this car. I love the wrap on it. Anyone who doesn't know who Acuity is, they make incredible shift components for Hondas, especially the 10th Gen Civic. But more than that, this really is a street car. You know, this isn't anything crazy. It's actually much more mild than my daily driven Type R. That's the best way to put it. Her car compared to my car just looks like a car that came off the lot. So I really love seeing her out here going fast. And she would be going faster than me, just so you know.
We have Brandon Luthi on the screen here. Yesterday he was able to clock in at 245.854, so he's back out this morning looking to find a little bit more time in that Golf R.
Yeah, absolutely. And was this 238.626, was that Mary's lap a while ago, or did she just take a few tenths off her fastest?
I believe she actually found a little more time there.
Yeah, she absolutely did. She's doing great. I mean, I was lucky enough. I talked to her when we checked the car. I mean, she's a spicy girl. Let's just tell you right now. New York, you don't want to talk trash if you don't expect trash to talk back. But she understands what she's here for. She knows she wants to learn the track. It's pretty obvious she realized when the traction control was still on those other two sessions that she needed to go out and figure it out, and she is definitely going faster. A little side note, I see water under this car. No, that was probably already there. Let's just assume nothing bad happened. They said that they definitely have something going on, but do you see the liquid moly container tied to what I believe is the radiator overflow?
I do.
They may or may not have a head gasket issue.
You know, I did see the car smoking a little bit yesterday. Man, I hope that they're able to pull through today. He did clock in a really solid time at a 220 yesterday. That is a fantastic lap time. This is a street class car, keep in mind, and that unofficially resets the street overall record that Jackie Dean held from last year.
Absolutely. And the thing is, the reason they didn't practice, they've been on the same motor for a whole season or season and a half. And, you know, when you say that to the non-inundated, they're going to tell you, what do you mean? You know, they've only had the motor for a year. But a year of event after event might as well be 100,000 miles on a motor.
I couldn't agree with you more, and especially when you're asking for so much out of it as well. I mean, there's, you know, it can only hold up for so long, even if it is a Honda motor. Absolutely.
Well, and, you know, 500 plus horsepower. So here's the thing about them and their team, though. If the head gasket is going, that's not going to stop them from trying to lay down another lap. Truth be told, it's a K-Series, guys. It's not that bad to replace. If the head gasket goes, it overheats. And, I mean, he will stop his lap. He does have full aim dash. He does have all the warnings needed. So if it looks like it's too much or too dangerous, he'll turn it back and he'll pull it back in. But if he has the ability to lay down a lap, he's going to lay down a lap.
Well, and also it should be noted that this is the exact reason why Amir Bentatu decided to not do practice on Friday. Is for this exact reason.
We just got a check-in from Malaysia, Carla. Izandin, Malaysia, 10:43 p.m. I love these people. Do you know that?
Wow, Malaysia. Thank you for listening to us. We have listeners from all over the world for this live stream, so we appreciate everybody tuning in and being with us here this morning.
Absolutely. And you know what, we were making jokes, but for the first event ever, we don't have to make fun of Subaru guys for head gaskets. We got 4 Ford Focus RSs, and the Honda blew a head gasket.
Okay. Well, hey. let's not speak too soon. I mean, we also don't know exactly what's going on, so.
Understood. So Andy Hollis took 2 seconds off his fastest lap in this run group so far. He was doing a 234, a high 234. He just did a 232 too.
Wow, he is continuing to find time in that street class CRX.
The good thing is, and I mean, they won't do it today, but Amir's new cage and all that, the car is still serviceable completely. You know, the cage that's blocking the engine is actually a bolted component. So if they had the ability, or if they had a head gasket, I bet you they'd, you know, take lunch in the last session, because you got to remember, even if they're leading Jackie Ding into the final session, there is still the super lap battle, the session where the fastest cars of each group get to go out by themselves. And I've been watching Jackie Ding long enough to know you put him under pressure and he goes faster.
Hey, you know what? I think today is going to be a really exciting day. We have a lot of stiff competition coming into today. Amir Bentatu and Jackie Ding battling it out for street class. We also have enthusiast class. There's a battle for third place currently between Mary Valdez and Kay and Ding.
And then this is that Spoon car we were talking about. We tried to tell you, like, hey, this isn't a car with Spoon livery. We're talking about a Spoon car, Spoon monoblocks, actual air jacks. This was a wheel-to-wheel car. That's why the wing is so small. Everything about this car screams, I was a wheel-to-wheel race car. So when Nick Bright got the chance to buy this car, he took it in a heartbeat, because he has a street car CL7 from Canada, because he lives in Texas, and Texas people get to do all the cool stuff. So this car is as it was when it raced in Japan.
Yes, this is really cool. And actually, the reason why this car falls into a Pro Comp class rather than maybe a limited class that you may have seen otherwise is because this car is a factory-built race car, so it does not have a VIN number. So therefore, that places this car into Pro Comp.
Absolutely. And you know what? Any single person, guys, who has been watching Time Attack for the last 5 years will know that we are missing some of our best competitors, some of our more true competitors, the Canadians. Okay, the border is still closed. Also, a huge shout out Dr. Black in Mexico, but I'm going to talk Canadians right now. Chris Boersma and his father have come to every event almost, and you know what? Mike Boersma is on the stream watching right now, and I just want to give you a huge shout out. We miss you. We miss your son. We miss Jimbo. We hope you guys can come down soon. Mr. William Al Young, hopefully we get to see his new build sometime soon, or they're going to be stuck up in Canada forever. I'm really not sure. Yeah,
and just a quick recap here. We're just getting the checkered flag for Session 1, Group 4. Thomas Thompson coming out strong once again this morning with a 2:30.330. He is currently the fastest car in enthusiast class. Andy Hollis finding an overwhelming amount of time over yesterday. Looks like he is sorted out any issues that he may have had yesterday with a 2:32.229. Mary Valdez also cracking into the 38s here, 2:38.626. Austin Shipley also cracking into the 2:38s. He was at a 2:39 yesterday.
No, it's great. You know what I mean? And this means that the enthusiast class podium, Austin Shipley should be, he's in street. But with Mary Valdez, she's really pushing the boundaries. She wants to be on that podium.
And just a quick thing here, you'll notice that, looks like a smoking Subaru.
I was saying the Hondas are the ones that are breaking, guys. Okay, don't judge me on this one.
Oh, no.
So this Subaru, just so you guys know, we've been watching this Subaru since yesterday. This is car 545. It looks like Bailey borrowed another car. This is what it looks like to me. That's Bailey's number, just so you know.
Well, he made it back out today.
No, and he ran this car towards the end of the day, I believe, and it was throwing a little bit of smoke out the backside. That's when I made a head gasket joke yesterday. And, you know, he kept running. It was a strong car. My guess is he saw the temp starting to go up and he pulled over immediately. Only Bailey Iapok could break 2 Subarus at one event.
Look, that's...
It's never too soon. I love him, and he knows it. And if Violet, if you're listening, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make that joke about your husband. But after he proposed to you on the COTA Tower, I feel like I get to say whatever I want now.
We say it with love indeed. Oh, and here's another car that had issues yesterday. This is an Eagle Talon, guys. When was the last time you've ever even seen an Eagle Talon?
Eagle Talon TSI.
Here we are, guys. So yesterday, they had issues with the cam gear braking during our sessions during yesterday. And overnight, they were able to locate the parts. Looks like they got the car fixed, back up and running. So he's getting ready for his next session here.
No, and honestly, the cool part about this is they had the part yesterday, but anyone who has ever tried to retime a 4G63 knows that it's like a 7 or 8 try procedure. There is no, it's not like, okay, you're on time, you started and it's perfect. The 4G63 is just a pain in the butt to work on. It's an amazing engine. I miss my Evo, but I totally get the struggle they were going through. So better for them to come out today strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And here he is getting ready for Session 1, Group 3.
No, and I just love this car. These guys are awesome. You know, they're pushing the limits. And the thing about Time Attack that I think I love the most is people will build whatever they love. That Golf Rabbit will, you know, tell you that, but people will build whatever they love. You want to build an Eagle Talon TSI? Well, everyone's going to look at you weird until you show up and the car looks amazing like that. You want to build a... Oh, what's another car that you don't see very often? I mean, just even look across the world. Who would build a 968 Porsche? Oh, wait, JK, it's the fastest car in the world now. But you get what I'm saying? It's just not common. It's not something you see.
Huge shout out to the safety crew here at Circuit of Americas. Man, they have really helped us out a lot here. We've had a few mechanical failures so far this weekend.
And they're fast.
They are extremely fast. Even when the car is stuck in the gravel trap, they quickly, within a few minutes, already have the car back into the paddock.
It shows you what you get with a FIA Grade 1 track. And for those of you that don't know, say you're watching and you have no idea what FIA Grade 1 track is. There's only 3 of them in North America. There's one here, there's one in Canada, there's one in Mexico. It's obviously the tracks that F1 runs on. To be a Grade 1 track, your facility has to be up to certain standards. A lot of things there, your safety, the track itself. We have a lot of track days. Carla and I are both from Southern California. She's from the hood, though. She lives in L.A. I live in Orange County, girl. But Carla and I are both from Southern California. We go to a lot of the same tracks together. And you know what? You break down on a track that we go to, and sometimes it takes 10 to 15 minutes to get back, and there's like 12 access roads to go straight across the track. We're here at COTA. Monstrous track. Car stuck in the gravel. I think we counted 3.5 minutes before it was out and back in the pits.
Absolutely, yes. And I've been in the car. I've been stuck in a car for about 30 minutes before getting a tow. And here they have these cars already hooked up, towing back into the pits within 3 minutes.
You know, I love YouTube chat. I got a little info for you. So the Talon, for everyone watching who isn't on YouTube, the Talon will not be setting a hot lap right now. They're out to heat cycle the head and then retorque. These are people that obviously know how 4G63s work. Okay, you just cannot go back out. The timing issues, everything about them, they're going to go out. They're probably going to put a few laps in it, get some heat into it, and torque the heads back down because the 4G63 motor is an old design. It's the correct design, you know. The 10 should have had it, not that 4B11 nonsense. But truth be told, I love it. That means they're prepared. They want to send it on full tilt at some point. So they're going to go out, they're going to make sure the car's healthy and safe, and then they're going to bring it back.
All right, and just behind that Mustang GT, you'll see what I think is probably the world's most exotic Volkswagen Rabbit. And this is Justin Bayless's car. He has built this car himself, and he also drives it himself. Although today it's possible he may share the car 1 or 2 times with our own Global Time Attack tech, which is Tony Sirksa.
Oh, Jonathan Wheeler, he is out here, what looks like ready to go, but I think he saw that Thomas Thompson did the 230 flat. So unless he's got a sneaky Pete somewhere with nitrous for the back straight, I feel like he's got something to come up with.
Well, you know, there's always time to be found, and perhaps he has a new set of tires today, so we'll see what happens. Anything is possible, really.
Absolutely. No, there's zero doubt about that.
Right, so we see coming up Paul Jacquesh in that Eagle Talon TSI. So very nice and respectable move by him as a driver to ask to be gridded last,
Sorry, go ahead.
Even though his time sets him from yesterday sets him towards the front of this Group 3 session, because he is wanting to set things. Do just kind of a shakedown lap here with a new engine assembly that they just did. So really smart move for them, and also keeping in mind of the rest of the competitors.
So you know, remember back in the day when Andrew Brilliant, before he was famous, he had either an Eclipse or an Eagle Talon?
I do actually.
I remember because Mr. what used to be front-wheel drive time attack boy Clint Boideau drove that car for him at Big Willow, right? Well, some people are trying to slide me some information. This Eagle Talon TSI is completely Andrew Brilliant designed.
That's cool, actually. I didn't know that.
It makes a lot of sense, though, because Andrew spent a lot of time designing his... I don't remember if it was an Eclipse or a Talon. The car always seemed to have small issues here and there, and it never had a chance to go fast before he started building aero in other countries. But that's badass. That means the time he spent on his old chassis, because the Talon and the Eclipse is the same car. It's an FRS and BRS, okay? So it's amazing to see them out here with that level of aero on that car. That tells me that if they can get it together, we're going to see a flyer out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely don't put it past them. Also, Lawrence Yim here on screen in that Cayman GT4. Yesterday, he was able to clock in at 227.806. So that's a really solid time for the GT4, and looks like he's getting ready to go a little bit faster today as well.
No, it's looking great. I mean, it's always great to see cars we don't see often. What's funny is the Cayman GT4, and I'm going to tell you, I may be wrong about this and someone correct me later. This is the same Cayman GT4 that ran with us. No, it is, just so I can tell by the stickers and the rear diffuser. This is the same Cayman GT4 that ran with us at our inaugural Ridge event for Global Time Attack. So he loves Time Attack. He loves doing this. And it's awesome because with him, now we have a couple other Porsches here. We have a GT3 RS. We have a 911S. We're just seeing so many different cars that we didn't see in the past.
And there's also one in the GLTC race, too, I noticed.
There is one. And you know what? He
Yeah.
cheated. He has traction control. I mean, he has launch control. And on their first standing start, he got the best launch out of everybody.
Oh, well, I mean, I would hope so with launch control. So that's cool. I mean, that's part of having a, Porsche and a new chassis.
No, I agree. It's awesome. And, we always tell people there's pros and cons to going new chassis, old chassis. It's Time Attack. You see cars like Integras and Evos and old, 05 Subarus, and everyone's always like, well, why don't you run a new car? Well, why don't you ask Jackie Ding about why you don't run a new car? He has an amazing car, developed chassis, comes to GTA finals, car doesn't run a lap because of electrical issues that would only happen on a new car with electronic wastegate. And that car seems to be spewing water. Yep, that looks like he's spewing water.
Ooh.
The way it's steaming and all that, it could be a water hose is bad. It could be his overflow. He did stop. He hasn't laid a lap yet, I believe. He tried to lay a lap yesterday and then got pulled off.
Yes, it's either Sean Fair or David Long in that Mustang GT. That's a street class car. Looks like they're having some issues with it this weekend.
The good thing is almost every competitor knows when you're running on track, you run water and water wetter. You don't run coolant, because if you lay coolant down on the track, you're going to have a huge bill from COTA for cleanup.
Yes, unfortunately. But hey, he was able to go 2 seconds faster than their lap time yesterday before leaking fluids.
You know what? I know what this is. So they ran last year in a Camaro SPL parts. They ran last year in a 6th gen, and they brought a Mustang this year. What's really weird is that these chassis tend to be known to be super reliable. So when you're spewing water like that, it's not as common as you think. For those of you watching, this definitely is a coolant issue. This isn't oil. This isn't anything else. This is water. So, and I know these guys, they're track guys. They're not going to have coolant in the car. This is water he's spewing. So you're going to hear us tell people all the time, hey, you got any kind of a fluid leak, you need to get off. That way you don't get it off the track. But if this is a small rupture in a hose, or the overflow tank isn't doing its job, he could safely get it back in the pits, not to waste the time of the safety crew.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, getting a tow in would cause a yellow flag for the rest of the drivers out here. So that's actually really nice of him to just get it safely back in track and not affect any of the other drivers out here.
No, absolutely, And it looks like Tony D just did a 231. That's faster than his time yesterday. Devin Hoffman got into the 20s yesterday, so she's got to pick up some time. But look at this Eagle Talon.
Tony D! He heard us talking about him.
No, you know what that is? That's where the water started going down. Even water gets slippery, guys.
Yes,
When you're going into a braking zone, water will get slippery.
Well, you know what? He did a 360 and he keeps going and didn't get in the way of, I believe that's Devin Hoffman right behind him.
The thing about it is, though, someone forgot to tell Tony D the drift Paddock's on the other side. That was a beautiful 360 entry, kept going like no hesitation.
Devin Hoffman on the screen here. So I have a lot of great things to say about Devin Hoffman, let me tell you. Okay, so last night, her and her team with AIG stayed 4 hours late.
IAG.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ooh.
Three times, girl. I got to tell you on the third time.
5 shots
Wait,
of
hold on.
espresso.
It's
still doesn't-
4 people are going to talk trash to me because I corrected you, so I had to mansplain you right now, okay?
Okay, IAG, my apologies to their entire team, but I have great things to say about them. They stayed until about midnight last night, helping out Jackie Ding. So not only did the entire team sacrifice their sleep for another team that they're not even affiliated with, but Devin Hoffman also sacrificed her own sleep so that she could help support him as well. So that, man, it's just great to see the camaraderie here and just the overall spirit of the Time Attack drivers here.
No, and that's the kind of racing this is. You know what I mean? I tell this to people all the time. You don't make friends wheel-to-wheel racing. Carla knows. She does it. Competitors want to see you fail. I hate to say it, but when you're talking about points championships, and there's 2 kinds of drivers. Carla wants to beat someone at their best, okay? I know who she is as a person, but maybe her teammates don't. You know, I hate to say it. That's how it is. But in Time Attack, what's the point of winning if you're the only one on the podium? 2 people didn't finish. What was fun in that, you know? We see competitors that know nothing about each other going over and helping. Do you think Jackie Ding and IAG are friends? No, okay, everyone here is friends, but do you think they talk on the regular? No, Jackie Ding drives Hondas and Toyotas, or sorry, BMWs, where IAG works on Subarus.
Wow, so yeah, that's amazing to see. We're really happy to have that type of spirit out here.
I got a quick message from Zach Sober this morning. This car drove here on the Yokohama he's competing on. He's going to drive home on the same tires. Send it.
Okay, here we go. So where did they drive from, though? Do you know where they're from?
They're from Tejas. Zach's from Tejas, I believe, too.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's somewhere. I don't think you drive 3,000 miles on AO52s. I daily on AO52s. They'd be dead by then.
So hopefully he's here from Austin or somewhere local to Austin.
Yeah, we have a lot of good competitors from Austin. A huge shout out to Bailey Ipoc and Josh Garcia. Corpus Christi. Salinas. No, we have a lot of local competitors, and but we know that it's very exciting to have these events for local people because these guys don't get a chance to drive COTA in a Time Attack sense. Carl and I were talking about it yesterday. If you told me and her 5 years ago that we would be here at COTA with a Time Attack event, we would have laughed in your face.
I would have for sure. I never expected us to make it all the way out here to Circuit of the Americas, and man, it is so great, such an honor to be here and host just such a large event here as well.
Look, Ma, we made it.
Yeah, so on screen, I mean, you have the Time Attack events. We also have the special Grid Life event with the GLTC race. But if you're here and coming in person, we have other stuff going on too. There's a car show today from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. There's the drift, Lone Star drifting, where you can sit passenger in a drift car. And man, there were so many people that came out yesterday to get a ride along. And in addition to that, there's people spectating the event.
Absolutely. And you know what? There's awesome food trucks. I had some breakfast tacos this morning, and I'm going to tell you, man, I'm a Cali boy. We've already said that 30 times, and I will tell you, we have some. Oh, McLaren. Go ahead, Carla. You want to say something?
No, I love the McLaren, but Devin Hoffman fighting a 227.
There it is.
174.
You go, Devin. Also, we want you to know if you wear headphones while listening to our stream, that's a terrible idea because we make random loud noises. So I'm just giving you the warning now. You might get a caca somewhere, and I'm very sorry about that. But Carla's right. Devin Hoffman, she did a 229 first time she ever cracked into the 30s. So there's absolutely nothing that feels better than doing a 29 yesterday, coming out fresh today, and popping 2 seconds down on that.
And a really low 227 as well. Like, she's really close to breaking into a 226 range now. So she is definitely getting comfortable in the car, getting comfortable here at the track. And man, that team and Devin Hoffman as a driver, they're just chipping away and chipping away.
No, absolutely. And it's really impressive, you know. I just love everything about it. So, and the best part about it is, you know, being here at Circuits of the America is these people get to come here and show how much they've improved on a global stage. Okay, look, we run a lot of amazing tracks. We do Road Atlanta. That's a world-known stage. Okay, you talk to anyone in the world, they want to drive Road Atlanta. We run New Jersey Motorsport Park. We're going to run Palmer Motorsport Park, The Ridge, obviously, you know, Cowtown, USA, Buttonwillow. We do a lot of fun tracks where these people get to go fast. But how often do you get to compare your times to GT3 cars, compare your times to all these other cars on such a world stage and do it in front of everybody live?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's quite an experience to come out here as a driver, and if you're not used to having a crowd of people in the grandstands watching you go down the front straight, it can be a little bit nerve-wracking for a lot of people, but man, here everyone's out here, they're getting used to it, they're performing and getting better each time they're going out for the most part.
Absolutely. And you know, there's two different kinds. So we have street and enthusiast. These cars are going to go faster throughout the week and even like third, fourth, fifth lap. Then you have then you have the limited and unlimited guys who are literally out there to do 1 or 2 laps period and then just try and lay down a time. And they're the ones that know that there is zero doubt that they have to do it in these first 2 sessions. Like, yes, will they set a faster lap in sessions 3, 4, the super lap? Possibly. But they know if they set them then, that what could have happened in the first 2.
Oh, yes. And we also have a couple drivers that are finding even more time today. Nick Arthur in that Focus RS. Yesterday, his fastest lap time was a 2:35.643. Looks like he's found a little bit more time here with a 2:35.258. So that is great. And also we have car number 144, Mr. Wheeler. He's feeling the heat by Thomas Thompson earlier, and he just clocked in a 2:33.665.
Yeah, that's awesome, guys. So look, this 2:33 would have put him about 4 or 5 tenths off of the overall, but with Mr. Thomas Thompson running a 2:30, that's going to be a rough one.
But he's feeling the heat. He's chipping away, and he's found almost a second between yesterday and today.
Right now on camera, we have Jackie Ding. It looks like they were able to fix everything that was needed to be fixed because, look, their wing was tearing off the back. The splitter was tearing off the front. So these guys fixing what needed to be fixed. I think we're going to see Jackie lay down a super fast lap time right now. And hopefully Amir and his crew have the head gasket issue figured out because it's going to be a struggle between these two. Jackie's having aero issues, Amir's having engine issues, but they're both hauling the mail right now.
Yes, and Jackie Ding, he is the current street class overall record holder from last year. He clocked in at 2:22. So we're looking forward to seeing him go out here in this next Group 2 session and see if he's able to put it down.
Well, especially with Amir beating his overall with a 2:20 right now. And we knew if both cars were running perfect, we would see these cars in the teens. We were guessing between 2:17 and 2:18.
Absolutely. And in case you're wondering why we are separated, we are trying our best to be COVID safe. And
oh yeah, right here. Carla spits when she talks.
so
I spit in
yes.
a microphone, so don't worry about it. No, we're very excited. And you know what? The people here at COTA have done their best to help us be safe. We are in a separate room from our production crew, so, you know, we are doing the best we can for you guys, but we're super excited to still be here, and we're glad you guys are following along with us.
And we are definitely feeling the separation anxiety from our production crew. We usually have them in our ear and shaking their fingers at us for doing something wrong. So.
Not my fault.
But we're making it work. We're making it work. We're here during a pandemic, and we're staying safe, so that's what's important. All right, just a recap here from this Group 3 Session 1. Devin Hoffman leading the group here with a new 226.595. We also have Mr. Yin with a 227.604. Tony D with a 228.416. Ryan Dussex and Nick Stenford, we didn't even get to talk about this card. They just found another second, I believe, over yesterday with a 228.445.
Absolutely. You know, we love this car. This is another one of those cars that came here from Japan, so we're very excited. This is your times from Group 3 Session 1. Devin Hoffman with a 226.595 leading this session. She really is moving, and I'm really proud to say that she has been working her butt off.
But let's not forget about Justin Bayless in that Rabbit. He just clocked in a 231.986. Jonathan Wheeler with a 233.526. Jaime Santos with a 233.552. And Nick Arthur with a 235.285.
I know, this is looking good. So we're getting ready to see Group 2 Session 1 go out, so we'll see that in a few seconds.
And in case you guys weren't with us yesterday, you'll see a little color blocks next to the lap times here, and that's just a helpful way to indicate the different classes. And yes, we do have different classes per run group because we separate the groups by time.
Okay. I can't cut you off, Carla, but Jackie Ding is rocking out here inside his car. So he either is excited because he knows he's going to go fast.
What is he listening to?
Let's hear what to listen to. All we know is that Jackie's rocking out in the car right now.
He's feeling good. He's ready to go. He's been working through, all of the issues. And what is he listening to?
We can't tell what this is, but all I know is this is something that Jackie Ding wants to slay his lap to. He probably has air conditioning on too and heated seats.
All right.
Okay, so this is gonna be our in-car, guys. Jackie's prepared. Also, Carla was talking about the colors on the left. Those colors correlate to the windshield banners, which are on today. We really won't go too deep into why they weren't on yesterday. If you were here yesterday, you heard about it. But now we have windshield banners. So when you see the cars on track from our drone or from any of our coverage, that color correlates to the class that they're in. And we'll get you a color sheet up in a little bit so you know. But I think it's more important to make sure we don't miss Jackie's lap. If my guys are ready to throw up a color sheet for you, we'll go ahead and let you see that is, so you can take a second to take it in so you know what every class is. That way you know exactly what you're looking at. Off the top of my head, actually I think I know this. We got yellow is enthusiast, green is street, blue is limited, black is unlimited, white is pro comp. I think I just nailed that.
I believe you did.
Huge shout out to my production team. I'll tell you they told me that, but I may have known that. And then on top of that, we're going to see Jackie try to lay down a lap. I think he knows that Amir's car is hurt, so he knows this is the best time to make it happen. I'm starting to feel like this is why Jackie Ding's so fast. He gets all that high energy in, you know what I mean?
You know what? You gotta stay pumped. You gotta be ready to go. And here he is, Jackie Ding. What a character this guy is.
Sorry, guys, I had to go back and listen to Jackie Ding's music to get myself hyped up. So here we have it, guys. This is Group 2, Session 1. That was a shot for you guys to see. This is going to be an exciting session. Jackie Ding is still rocking out. That was almost like high-energy, orchestra, classical, Rocky Horror Picture Show.
I don't really know how to classify that. Jackie, you have a interesting taste in music, but hey, whatever works, whatever gets you pumped up and ready to go. Reset your own lap record, Jackie Ding. We're cheering you on.
Yeah, he was stuck in the 22s yesterday, but he was fighting some things, so he does have a fresh set of tires for today. I know he always has a fresh set of tires for day 2. I think we're going to see something really exciting when he goes out. And the best part is we get to see it from inside the car. For you guys, obviously, when he starts his hot lap, we're going to give you the whole lap.
And this is an awesome shot from our drone here of the infamous COTA Tower. And look at that, we have our camera crew also on the top of the tower waving at us right now.
They're brave. They're standing on glass right now. I just want you to know that's a glass floor. I was up there 2 nights ago. I almost peed myself. So huge props to them. And then huge props to the Austin skyline. I mean, downtown looks gorgeous. The track is actually very odd. The first year we came here, I was really expecting to like pull up to this. How do you explain it? I was expecting to like be going down like Auto Club Speedway in California, right? When you start getting close to Auto Club, you know there's checkered flags drawn on the damn road. You know what I mean? Here you're driving through a FM road, which means farm to merchant. We had to Google that. FM 873 or whatever the number is, it means it's a farm to merchant road. It connects farmland to merchant towns. And all of a sudden you're driving down this 2-lane road. There's cows on each side. And whoa, is that COTA?
Yeah, it's totally unassuming here, but hey, once you're here, it is an amazing facility, and it's huge. The grandstands are huge. I mean, there's so much space for all kinds of spectators and multiple types of events going on. So you just have to see it for yourself. And nothing beats the front straight. I mean, there's nothing like hearing the cars blazing down that front straight, and it just echoes throughout the entire paddock.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So it's super exciting. This place is just really fun to run at. I'm sure everyone, the Time Attack people, but also the GLTC guys, the chance to actually run a wheel-to-wheel race on the same track F1 runs on is probably an amazing feeling. Also, in front of Jackie Ding, we have Mr. Christopher Mayfield. He's actually leading Jackie Ding. Jackie Ding's in 3rd right now. It's Amir, Christopher Mayfield, Jackie Ding.
Christopher Mayfield has really been a strong driver here in that E92 M3. And, man, he just started the day yesterday, starting out so strong. First lap, just laid it down. And here, all day yesterday, he was chipping away and chipping away. Today, hopefully, he has a new set of tires, and I think we're going to see him go faster again.
No, there's no doubt. There's zero doubt. And the thing about Christopher Mayfield is people were telling me before this event that, hey, this guy is an underdog to watch for. He's going to podium. I had looked a few things up. He has won multiple NASA nationals, but the thing that really drew my attention is he's won autocross nationals. And there's a lot of people online that are going to say, oh, autocross, that's parking lot racing. And you know what? At low levels, you might be right. But to win an autocross nationals in SCCA or NASA, you have to be one hell of an amazing driver. Their competitions are won by hundredths of the second. You see sometimes top 10 within the same second.
Yeah, and his M3 is pretty mildly built. I mean, you look at the car and it just looks like another M3 that you might see on the street, but he's ripping out there with a 2:21.776 as his current fastest lap time of the event so far. Looks like Will Dries and Corey Wells figured out whatever the issue was yesterday with that prelude that you just saw on screen there. They have been chasing their tails with a couple of different issues with that car. They actually lost the turbo during practice on Friday, fixed the car, got back out yesterday, found some more issues. And did you hear what happened to the car yesterday? I wasn't.
Which car?
The Prelude.
You know what? I didn't, but they came back out and they ran a really fast lap time. Maybe they were just having some issues with the turbo they swapped out in the middle of the night because they did blow a turbo up in practice. So it's really hard to know. Those guys were working so hard. When you see a team really, really working, you try your hardest not to get in the way.
And listen, here on screen, Gabriel Shadid, also an E90 M3. Man, I have a cool story about this car. So he's from Colorado, and they have been testing the car, and unfortunately, they did a test day only a few weeks prior to this event, and lost the block on that M3. So what they did is, fortunately, he has another M3 that he daily drives, and man, they took the engine out of that car, swapped it into his Time Attack car, and now he's here at the event.
No, and you know what? He has been a longtime competitor with us. Gabe is such a nice dude. I'm going to tell you right now, he's a passionate dude. So, you know, like, don't piss him off. But no, seriously, he is a super nice dude. He loves this. He follows us. He runs with us. So having a motor let go and pulling the motor out of your street car to make this happen, that's exactly what Time Attack is.
And that's and it's so crazy to see, speaking of dedication, the reason why he missed the first session yesterday was because he was still towing to the track from Colorado due to fixing the engine in this Time Attack car. So, man, he didn't even get any sleep.
No, not at all. And you know what? Huge shout out to the IAG team. This is Dan out here trying to set a lap, but without them, Jackie Ding would not be able to lay a lap on this session. They stayed here late into the night getting his rear wing fixed. So huge shout to IAG. That's just the support that they showed the community. And honestly, it makes you want to respect them no matter what. I don't care who you are, who you like, who you don't like. For a competitor to stay till 2, 3, 4 in the morning with a fellow competitor to make sure they can lay down a time, those are great people. And here we have it, guys. This is our in-car. We're going to let you watch Jackie Ding saw at the wheel, so we'll let you have it. Boys and girls, Jackie Ding 217.
Oh my goodness, 217.341 Jackie Ding.
To everyone who messaged me when I told them my prediction and them saying anything under a 218 just isn't feasible, welcome to Jackie Ding, boys and girls. 217.341.
Wow, congratulations to Jackie Ding and his entire team. That is fantastic.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a view of another car. Jackie's going to do a cool down now. When Jackie has his hand up like that, it means he's not going to try and set another flyer. He knows what he did. Congratulations, Jackie. Congratulations, PhD Racing. What an incredible lap.
Wow, Amir Benta 2, we are calling you out. Let's go. Let's see what he's got in his hands for Jackie Ding this event.
I don't know. Amir's coming up in the next session, so even if your motor is going to pop, I highly recommend you send it.
Man, this is going to be such an exciting day today, and we have so much competition here. Wow, I can't wait to see what Amir Benta 2 has up his sleeve for Jackie Ding.
They're 1-1 right now. So Jackie beat Amir at Road Atlanta. Amir beat Jackie at Buttonwillow. This was going to be the tiebreaker, and this is no one's home track. I would never say Road Atlanta is Jackie's home track. He's just closer. He has a better chance at it. This is the one that meets him in the middle, and honestly, I guarantee you Amir is sitting there giving Jackie the respect. He's not a bitter person, but in his head, he's like, I got to find a way to do a 217.
And there it is, folks. All right, so looks like Will Dries and Corey Wells were actually able to find some time over yesterday's fastest lap time. They were able to find a 225.363. Tim Shepner looking to lower his current fastest lap time of the event of a 2:27.175. He's driving that Evo 9, guys, and he was having some fuel and spark related issues, and then they fixed that, and then they found an issue with their wideband sensor. So man, hopefully the car, looks like they're doing well today though. He's clocking in a 2:27.930, so hopefully the car stays happy today and that they're able to go into the 26s.
No, absolutely, and you know how it goes. The little issues are what kill you. People think it's big issues that are going to take you down. It's never the big issues. Dan Kroll, though, down to a 220.181. He was in the 22 to 25 range yesterday, so he's found some confidence. He's found some time. The IAG team has obviously helped set that car up, so it's amazing to see him. Let's see him into the 19s or lower. And the McLaren at a 227.66. Come on, guys. These guys are using these first sessions to haul the mail.
Jackie Dean pulling back into the pits here. He is going to be celebrating with his team.
It looks like he's cruising down the boulevard right now. You see him? He's so excited. You could tell he is smiling ear to ear in that helmet. This is Mr. McInnes in the Unlimited car. So he is a GT3 RS. I believe he's on AO52s. He may be on AO005s. I'm not sure. I remember we were looking at it yesterday. But Thomas Thompson and Zach Sober getting black flagged. You know, that is the flag tower, by the way, guys. It's fully digital. It's awesome. So you know exactly what's going on all around the track without any corner workers in danger, without leaving corner workers in a place they can be in danger.
Well, but so right before Thomas Thompson and Zachary Silver got black flag, they found 3 seconds over their fastest lap time yesterday with a 2:20.766. Wow, that is a quick time in that limited class McLaren 620R.
So let's talk about a few things, guys. Now that Jackie reset his own, unofficially reset his own street rear-wheel drive and street overall record, here are the records that have fallen so far at this event. Note, all of these are unofficial while Jackie's just taking a breath. Hey, Jackie, you're okay, man. You did great. So Mary Valdez has reset the enthusiast front-wheel drive record at a 2:39. Thomas Thompson has reset the enthusiast rear-wheel drive record at his 2:30. Eric Fleming has reset the limited rear-wheel drive record at a 2:17. Ryan Dussex and Nick Seneford have reset the Pro Comp all-wheel drive record at a 2:29. Justin Bayless has reset the Pro Comp rear-wheel drive record at a 2:30. Jackie Ding now has reset the record at a 2:17.341, and Ferris Khartoumi has reset the unlimited rear-wheel drive record at a 2:08. So we're seeing what looks like 6 records fall, seven records fall so far. So we are definitely watching some awesome things unfold right now.
Wow, and there's more to come still. We haven't even seen the competition between Cole Powelson and Ferris Khartoumi that was really kicking off yesterday. So well, lots of exciting things today, guys. Be sure to tune in all day with us. We'll be here till about 4 p.m. And then we have the awesome podium ceremony that is on the F1 podium, so you'll definitely have to watch that later.
Oh, here we have Ill Will Dries and Corey Wells in that prelude. They are just going to try and let lap after lap. They are picking up time every lap, which is great. They have completely redesigned the aero on the car with the new limited class rules in mind. They have a flat bottom on it now. They also did a few other things. I know they are the kings of bringing extra axles because that prelude just has a tendency to destroy them with the amount of torque it makes in that H.
Thomas Thompson and Zachary Silver pitting in really quick after getting a black flag. Not really sure what happened for them to get a black flag, but sometimes it could be exceeding the track limits or maybe even a little bit of fluid down, but in this case it looks like it was probably exceeding the track limits, which happens.
Yeah, and you can't hide from the officials here, okay? At a lot of tracks, sometimes things get missed. COTA Race Control, you can see everything. There are so many cameras on this track that are specifically for race control, it would blow your mind. People do ask us about speed differential and time differentials in class. So, you know, I saw someone make a comment, man, you know, street class is getting to limited class times. And you know what's, it's true. It seems that in the last couple years, the street class competitors have been building to the limit of the rule set. The limited class competitors have not caught up to that building phase yet. These limited cars are still hauling the mail, guys. Let's not lie to each other here. But the limited class cars, let's talk about Eric Fleming, the best one to talk about because he's leading right now. His car is so basic. It's not flat bottom. It just has a nice rear spoiler, a very small front splitter, a sequential, and an amazing driver. There is so much he could do to that car to build it to the spec of the rule set. But, you know, he is developing himself. He's developing his car. The Jackie Dings and Amirs are the people that have been pushing the limits of the street class. And I don't know what Jackie's plans are, but I believe Amir's plans are to run this season and have SLB 2022 be his final street class competition before he bumps to limited and goes to resetting records there. Another beautiful car from Japan, right-hand drive. This is the true Tai Fujitsubo Subaru WRX STI. That is a bone stock version 8 EJ207. I would love to tell you I'm a Subaru person, but I watched Larry Chen interview him and I heard everything that he said. So that is a version 8 EJ207. The car is exactly how it drove. I do know that the car can't do more than 2 laps because of the baby fuel cell that's in it right now, but Mr. Ryan Dustis and Nick Steniford have been laying it down.
Yeah, and speaking of laying it down, Thomas Thompson and Zachary Sober on screen here in that McLaren 650R. Back out again for maybe one more hot lap here. Their current fastest lap time of the event, they just reset it this morning with a 2:20.766. They found about 3 seconds over their fastest lap time yesterday.
No, it's incredible, honestly.
And in case you're just tuning in, we had a really exciting in-car video with Jackie Ding while he just unofficially reset his own record.
If you really are just tuning in, don't watch the lap. Go back about 5 minutes earlier. Watch Jackie Ding rocking out to some of the weirdest music I've ever heard in my life. He really was, you know, hauling the mail, but I really think that music got him hyped. So he was listening to music. He was rocking out in his car. He goes out, does his warm-up, and that front arrow and rear arrow is working together. If you've ever watched Jackie's car, Carl and I have obviously been commenting on it for a while now. The car understeered a lot. It pushed. It really did. I watched him in practice. The first time he turned into a corner, he almost spun. So much front grip. So he's getting used to the car. He was super excited with the setup. Laid down a decent lap on used tires. And this morning, after fixing all the issues from yesterday, just laid down a 217, a flyer.
Yeah, absolutely. And man, huge shout out also to his team and also the IAG team who stayed overnight to help him get his pieces together that they were working on yesterday, and Devin Hoffman also supporting them with that as well. So man, we are so happy to see that not only is there such a camaraderie between the drivers here, but also that it found Jackie Ding success. And a lot of success with a 217. That's fantastic.
Jackie, yo, the IAG team dinner, maybe some drinks, probably a hug.
Yes, for sure. I think they will be definitely celebrating tonight. That is no doubt in my mind.
This is another car. So actually yesterday, people were asking, you know, oh my God, Crawford's back. Crawford is not running this car, guys. They bought the old Crawford Time Attack STI and kept the Crawford livery on it, and I think that was the right move. This car has heritage, you know what I mean? This car was famous. People always knew the Crawford STI. It's so awesome to see this car still competing. I feel like they lost a body piece yesterday and someone ran it over, but I need someone to confirm that.
Yeah, another car Qualifying time this session was Dan Kroll at a 2:20.181. So he found about 2 seconds over his fastest lap time yesterday. And man, he is so close to cracking into the higher teens there with that STI.
Yeah, he's just getting faster every session, you know, and when you have a car built to that level, there's a lot of aero grip. That is a fire.
Oh, okay. Austin's
That
on
is
fire.
a fire. I hope wherever that is, they're safe because that looks pretty bad.
Yeah, and since Cuba and I are both from Southern California, we know that site all too well.
All too well. Sadly, our state is on fire all the time. So to anyone watching in the Austin area, be safe. We hope you're safe. We'll get back to some fast cars on track because that's depressing. This is a beautiful car, though. Mr. Stephen Ward gave me an exact number. Thank you, Stephen. I talked to you about the dozens of cameras in race control. There are 44 high-def cameras at COTA with only, I believe, 20 corners. So you're not going to... There's zero chance in hell that you're going to cut a corner without COTA knowing.
All right, guys, so we are just wrapping up here with Session 1, Group 2. Again, Jackie Ding with a 2:17.341. That was a phenomenal ride along with him. And if you missed it, be sure to go back a little bit in the live stream so you don't miss that hot lap with him. Dan Kroll with a 2:20.181. Thomas Thompson and Zachary Sober with a 2:20.766. Christopher Mayfield staying consistent at that 2:22.608. Ravi Mirage with a 2:22.621. John McInnes in that beautiful GT3 RS with a 2:22.799. Will Dries and Corey Wells with a 2:23.492. Tim Shepner, he found some time over his fastest lap time yesterday with a 2:25.921. And Curtis Gladen, little off his pace from yesterday, but staying consistent at a 2:29.283, guys. So here we are. We just got the checkered flag. We're wrapping it up. And in case you didn't hear me earlier today, the reason why there's different colors next to each one of these lap times is to indicate the different classes, and we separate the groups by lap time. This allows the drivers to be able to put down their lap time without getting in the way of another driver or having to make a pass, because once you make a pass, that lap is basically a wash. So there we have it, guys. A lot of space on track, a lot of fast lap times, and hey, you know what? Jackie Ding just unofficially reset his own street overall record that he held from last year. But guess what's coming up in Session 1, Group 1? And there it is on screen. Amir Bentatu, he has some stuff up his sleeve, guys. He is a strong competitor, and he has been really killing it in that NSX. That's a K24 NSX, and man, he has just constantly been surpassing everybody's expectations. He has his team out here supporting him, and let's see what he's able to do.
Yeah, I actually think it's a K20, no?
Is it a K20?
I think so.
I guess I was just assuming it's a K24.
Well, because it's just the most common thing we see now. Everyone wants the displacement, but Amir doesn't build cars for power. He builds them for balance. Every car he's ever built, the number one thing you saw in the in-car yesterday is he's smooth. That's it. He's smooth. He's smooth as fast. Well, smooth can be really slow, too. You and I both know that you're smooth and see your lap times are nothing. So to go fast and be that smooth just takes thousands of hours behind the wheel.
Yeah, absolutely. And Amir Bentatu has absolutely been nothing but a fantastic and phenomenal driver that he is. So we are really excited to see what he is able to do this weekend. And wow, look at here on screen. This is a COVID test facility as well and vaccine. So you can come here, you can get your COVID test, you can get your COVID vaccine if you're applicable for it. And in addition, and then after that, you can go race some go-karts on the kart track or come to the car show. Look at all these people.
No, it's true, though.
Wow.
They've been doing this nonstop since we were here. So, you know, Texas is taking this vaccine very seriously. You see it's just nonstop through these lines. The police are doing an amazing job of directing traffic. I'll be honest with you. You think with this many cars coming out, it would be hard for our crew and our fans to get into this event, but we have police galore here, and they're not upset by any means. They're helping us run our event. They're helping them run their event. It's killer, man. And this is moving faster than a line at Disneyland, just so you know.
Right. I mean, it is like Disneyland. Like if you need a COVID test, if you need to get a COVID vaccine, this is the location to get it, because man, you can get your shot and then come enjoy all of the fun stuff that we have going on with the car show, go for a ride along in the Lone Star Drift, or you can watch some crazy time attack sessions. And man, there's just something for everyone, including a COVID vaccine. So here we have it, and we're able to see this awesome shot with our drone that we are excited to have for the first time this year. And it actually takes 3 people to operate this drone, which is crazy.
No, and that's the best part. I mean, you heard it yesterday. Just a huge shout out to our production crew, the amount of work that goes in. There's Christian Wong right there giving Amir a quick pep talk, aka go faster, I don't help you anymore.
Amir Bent too, we are definitely cheering you on, man, and we are really excited. I don't want to give him anything but good vibes, and just hopes that if it is a head gasket issue or whatever's wrong with the car, just hold it together for 1 lap. That's all what we want.
Oh, and our guys somehow got an in-car into Amir's car when Jackie got out.
Oh,
so we've already
okay.
seen Amir drive on track. Now we're going to see him saw at the wheel. We got to see the track view. This is the most serious I've ever seen Amir. Carla and I were both locals to Amir. We both talk to Amir all the time. He comes to my shop all the time. We like to shoot the wind. There we go. We're on stream, guys. We like to talk. But I've never really seen Amir like this. He always has someone talking to him right before he goes out. There's always someone right there. They're always joking around. He's smiling. He looks actually serious right now.
This is really focused. He is just nothing but business here. He is going to lay it down with that look in his eye. He's ready. You can tell.
I'm excited and it's one of the very few mid-engine cars we've ever put a camera in that actually sounds good, and I think it's because of the scream of the K series. We had a car in a Porsche, we've had camera in the Porsche, camera in the McLaren. All you hear is wind noise, because truth be told, those cars are still street comfort cars. You put it in Amir's car, it just screams. Okay, not to cut you off, Carla. This car right here, they broke a diff yesterday.
Oh, actually, okay, I was about to also bring that up as well. So another car that had to get towed out after the event yesterday to go to a local shop, and they changed the diff overnight. And I think they said transmission too. Am I right on that, or am I hearing that?
They may have done that also. I know that Cable Rosenberg and Tony Zerko went to a local shop and swapped the diff on the spot. Cable is serious about getting this competition right. He didn't let broken parts get in the way. On practice day, his titanium exhaust broke. He drove a few hours to a shop that could weld titanium to fix it.
A couple of hours. I mean, it's hard to find a good welder that can weld titanium, and he had to drive a couple hours there and a couple hours back just to get it done, but he made it out yesterday, and he was able to do really well yesterday. He clocked a 216.868, and that's an unlimited class Viper, but man, that car is so amazing to hear down the front straight. It's actually the fan favorite in car, and I want to give a huge shout out to John Villa, who has been messaging me and making sure I stay informed. It was just a diff. So it was a diff and some adjustments on the car. Okay, thank you, John, for keeping us informed, and anyone else that's been messaging us on Instagram or in Facebook or whatnot, and keeping us informed on the YouTube chat that's going on right now. I really appreciate it. It gives us a lot of things to be able to talk about on the live stream and keep everyone updated. Also, huge shout out to HMR Factory. That was the person who helped Tony and Cable get this done. Honestly, it's guys like you that make sure our competitors can put in the best lap they can. So, dude, huge shout out. Another crowd favorite there, Eric Fleming with that Z06. Man, that car is so fast, and it has a very minimal look to it as well, but he is out there flying yesterday. He clocked a 217.0. So let's see if he can clock a 216. Ferris is out here too. He's looking to reset the record that Life Motorsports has, so we're going to see what he has going. As soon as the in-car happens, guys, we're going to get quiet. We want to see that in-car from beginning to end, but obviously if Ferris lays down a flyer, you're going to hear us jump inside. And my goodness, if you guys are here at the track, be sure to walk over and watch this session right now, because we have 2 really solid battles going on right now, and you won't want to miss it. So definitely stay tuned and walk over here and see it for yourself if you're local to Austin.
Absolutely. And HMR Factory, Calvo, your shop was open to those guys. Dude, we love you, man. So Ferris really feels that he has some time left on the table. So does Cole. Cole feels the same. We haven't seen him go out yet. Cole blew a drive shaft yesterday. So, and you know what's funny? Ferris's car is amazing, but this Viper is still the best sounding car on track. That's 9 liters of prefix engine fury.
Yeah, that car definitely does sound amazing.
It does look like Ferris is getting it good, though. He told me that the car had so much front grip, he wasn't ready. He was just going sideways.
Oh, what's getting towed right now? Oh, no.
I don't know.
Yeah, we have a safety vehicle on the
Oh,
track.
you know what? This may be Amir's car. I want to tell you right now, this is my guess of the day. This is Amir's car.
Oh, no, I really hope that it's not.
Oh,
It is.
hey, can someone needs to give Amir Jackie Ding's music, because I think that's what it really takes.
And there's water all over the dash, too. Man, what a disappointment that is. Man, we had such high hopes for you, Amir Bentatu, and it is so devastating to see him on the side.
Well, let's see
there.
if we can catch Ferris towards the end of his lap, because Ferris is ahead of this, so this is not going to affect Ferris's lap. So hopefully we can get a little bit of him down the back straight, possibly, and crossing start finish. See what kind of lap time he runs.
Man, I seriously feel depressed seeing Amir Bentatu on the side there. Man, we only were hoping the
Okay,
best
so
for him.
Ferris went across. It's a 211. Okay, so he obviously
Okay.
still has a few things to work out in that car. He did a 208 as his flyer. I was talking to him yesterday. Remember how he did a 208 and a mid 208? On his mid 208, he was actually 20 miles an hour slower through 2 different sections, just trying to get used to the car, and he still did the same lap. So if he puts everything together, I think we're going to see a seriously fast lap.
Well, we are definitely cheering you on, Ferris Bartumi. He is definitely a competitor here and someone to keep an eye on. And he was a limited class car last year. This year he jumped up to unlimited class, but man, he still holds that limited record as well.
It's nice to see Cable. It's funny because the lap before his diff broke, Cable specifically said that the car is scary fast. He was getting used to it. This is a new setup, guys, just so you know. Cable, this is a TTU car. He is a he is a NASA wheel-to-wheel guy, not wheel-to-guy, time trial guy, but he does do some sprint races, and this car is specifically set up for that. He ran a time attack event with us last year and fell in love. He went from the setup he had before with the prefix engine and the prefix ECU to a full 6XD sequential paddle shift module Motec ECU. All since November.
Wow, that's amazing how far along this car has come in such a short amount of time.
No, and it's great. And you're right, we do see water on the dash. That definitely was not there at the beginning.
That is so depressing.
Derek Boyd's going to start a flyer. I don't think anyone's going to be able to put down a hot lap right now. Amir is in a really unsafe spot, so until safety gets him off. But I'd still always love to give this shout out. Derek Boyd and his team. These guys went up to Pikes Peak last year almost under 10 minutes. It's the first time they made it to the top, so you got to love and respect those guys. Oh no, I'm getting word from race control. This isn't an engine, Carla. Broken front right suspension.
Broken right front suspension?
Suspension broke. He's going to take a look front. He's going to look at front left, look at front right. Amir, if he feels is safe, he will limp it off the track. If not, we're going to have to black flag this session and flatbed him out.
Yeah, looks like that's exactly what's going on right now with the flatbed coming on track here. Oh man, I feel totally devastated that this is going on for Amir Bentatu. We had really high hopes for him. I just wanted to see a really good competition between him and Jackie Ding.
Yeah, that's all we ever want, you know. Everyone always hears us, and we're always rooting for the person below. So when Amir did the 20, all we talked about was Jackie Ding breaking that. And it's because, you know, there are no favorites here. We just want to see drama. The drama is what drives all forms of racing. And you know what? Just because Amir is broken, I don't think that means Jackie Ding is done. But, and honestly, if Amir is broken, if it's something that's repairable, if he gets it fixed by the Super Session, he will go out. Race control is telling me, though, that they're going to keep this under local yellow as long as the guys keep it safe. Now, the hard part is right now, setting a lap time is going to be hard because this truck is on the apex of that S. And, you know, it's kind of hard to keep it safe and go fast with a tow truck sitting right there.
Yeah, this is going to affect everybody's lap times, unfortunately, for this session. But hey, you know what? The COTA safety officials are the fastest safety officials I have ever seen. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to get this car safely off track, and then that way it's not impacting the entire session for everyone else.
Yeah, absolutely. I have zero doubt about that. This is the first time I've ever seen Amir's car get flatbedded off. Even when he blew his transmission 2 years ago, you know, he was able to limp it out.
That is true. That is very, very true.
It's, you know, Jason Dent and Cameron Lawrence, those guys have been finding time all weekend. He did a 2:15 on the first lap, and I know he felt he could have gone faster, but he got hit with that yellow. This drone coverage, though, let's talk about this. Amir's broken, but this drone, oh, look at the front right wheel. It's completely cranked. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
let's be glad that didn't happen at the braking zone at the end of the front straight. I mean, back straight.
Yeah, you
That
know
would have been a
what?
severe impact.
That would have probably written off the car. So, man, it really sucks to see this, but at least Amir Bentu is safe as a driver. The car is perfectly, I mean, as fine as it can be. It didn't hit anything, so if it happened in any other section of the track, things could have been very different, or in his second lap even. So
No, 100%. And the thing is, Amir literally just had a complete cage built for his safety. He'd been running with a Cusco bolt-in, and anyone that's ever seen those knows your head's inches from, you know, banging into it in any incident. So it is incidents like this and failures like this are the reason that he made it a point to have a cage built to the extreme of the rule set. You know, and the one thing I got to show you is these tow trucks are incredible. You see how it has the bend down at the back? These are made to pick up low and fast cars. So it's going to be super fast. These guys are going to get them off track. This is going to be the longest incident we've run into, though, because they actually have to tow a car off.
yeah.
The last two incidents were a couple minutes. This is probably going to take a majority of the session.
Yeah, and if there actually is any light to this, and as unfortunate as this is, at least this gives Cole Powelson a little more time to keep Ferris Cortumi from continuing to go faster.
Yeah, and Cole's not someone to sit on his laurels. He didn't just see Ferris do a 2:11 and go, oh, we're probably safe. Cole's going to go out there. He's going to give the car everything he had. I talked to him this morning. I told him specifically, I asked him specifically, so what's going on? He said, you know, it's sheared a drive shaft. We have it fixed. There's really no other issues, but we're going to make sure the car is perfect. And if you watched his lap yesterday before it broke and compare it to his 2:07 lap, you're going to see that he was driving it. The car was
Absolutely.
fast.
Oh, yes. And Ferris Cortumi is also going to come out later today, and I expect him to go faster as well. He is definitely not comfortable with his 208 that he currently has.
Oh, no way. And, you know, the biggest thing about it is both of them have predictive lap times. Both of them know what the car can run. They just got to put it together. I'm not going to tell you what either predictive said, because then, you know, someone's going to be like, well, he didn't run that time. But realistically, both cars can go significantly faster. The best part is, if you ever have a chance, go back and watch Cole's lap from 2019, the inaugural event. Then go back and watch the lap he broke. The 2019 lap was boring. And what I mean by that is the car was planted. It was only making 400 or 500 horsepower. The car was just so easy to drive. The lap where he sheared that drive shaft, he was wheeling it. The car was twitching everywhere. The turn in, the brake zones. He's making 4-digit horsepower now, and he's showing the world what the car can do.
Well, we are definitely patiently and anxiously waiting for Cole Powelson to go back out in that Life Motorsports GTR. And in the meantime, Amir is on the flatbed, and he is being towed back in now. So this will hopefully clear the car off the track here.
I love their access roads, Carlo. Look at that. One corner later, car's off track.
Absolutely, and that is the beauty of an FIA facility. It is fantastic. So.
And they kept it yellow to give the drivers the opportunity. Look, when you black flag a session, everyone has to come off. Maybe people want to work on certain corners, and then when it goes green, go faster. So safety's clear. If there's guys still on track, they're going to get to go back to a green track until this session's over. And the best part about this is race control is constantly in contact with everybody. I'm getting live updates every 5 seconds from the one and only John Villa, and telling me that what's going on, what the race control is doing, the moment that safety is clear, and we're going to let the track go green. This level of professionalism, okay.
Oh, here we have it, folks. Life Motorsports GTR made it on track for session 1. Okay.
This is it, guys. This is, I don't want to say this is it because that sounds final, but this is exactly what we were waiting for. While Cole is doing his warm-up lap, I'm going to update the chat because people are just joining. Jackie Ding did a 217, reset his record. Amir went out, had a suspension failure through the S's. Track's been yellow since. Ferris went out, did a 211. Now we got Cole coming out to really lay one down. So we're really hoping that he goes fast. Basically, what we're going to do production-wise is as soon as Cole in that crazy Life Motorsport black and orange GTR gets ready to start his flyer, we're going to watch that entire lap from our coverage and from our drone and from everything we have to show you.
So this is also a really cool decision to see as a driver, Cole Powelson, waiting for the car to get off track that was being towed in, and now he has just time for one hot lap, and he is going to see if he can just put something down. I mean, they towed the car, fixed the car overnight, and now he's back out. So let's see what he's able to do.
Yeah, and Cole, I mean, Cole is as close to a professional as you're going to get. He's not a professional driver, by any true definition of it, but he really is on the level of professional driver. He knows what he has to do on a warm-up lap, where he needs to push hard, how much heat he needs to get in the tires. He doesn't overdrive it, he doesn't underdrive it. So I think as long as the car stays together, we're going to see something amazing. So this is Cole coming down the front straight, about to start his flyer. While you guys are watching, I want to see what you predict the car is going to run. Let's see the times. Whoever gets closest gets the shout out. We have almost 1,000 people watching on YouTube, plus our Facebook stream, plus on our websites. I just want to tell you guys thank you so much for coming in and watching. And it looks like Cole's keeping the car clean, but he's definitely pushing it hard. There's no doubt. With all the aero this car has and grip, when he wants to change directions, it's like the car's on rails. It just immediately changes. And for a heavy car like a GTR to do that is incredible engineering and work. Keep an eye on when he's passing these red dots on the floor on the curbing. It'll really show you the speed he's running because it's hard to tell from the camera.
And we are getting all kinds of guesses here of what Cole Powelson is going to be able to put down in this Life Motorsports GTR. And man, he has time for one hot lap, and let's see who's right.
It looks like he hasn't made any mistakes. I don't want to say he's trying to lay down a banker, but he does know he has 2 more sessions. But Cole doesn't really know how to give 9 tenths. He knows how to give 10 tenths, 11 tenths, and 12 tenths. He did get a little sideways through the carousel right there. Yeah, we're not going to see a flyer, guys. All your times are wrong. Something happened. He's going to come into the pits right now. That was probably one of the most exciting 3/4 of a lap we've seen at this event, but dang it. So let's take a look at Derek Boyd in this Evo. This is the car that did complete Pikes Peak, the Evo running this lap. They weren't able to lay down a fast lap their first time out. They did just do a 2:16 though. On their first lap, they got caught behind a yellow flag. I absolutely love this car. Everything about it, the way it looks, you don't see cars that look like this. They built this for Pikes Peak, but the aero is amazing. I love the front end. Someone said it looked like an anime car, almost like a car drawn for a cartoon, and I think they nailed it when they said that.
Yeah, and smart decision as Derek Boyd as a driver. He knows that COTA's officials are really fast at towing cars off track, so he didn't come into the pits. He stayed out there at a very minimal pace to keep the tires warm, keep the car running. And man, he's just waiting enough time to be able to put down one hot lap, and he was able to actually find about 0.8 of a second over his fastest lap time yesterday.
No, absolutely. And you know the hard part with these streams, I'm gonna tell you right now, the hardest part with these streams is there's so many cool cars on track running fast. It's so hard to just keep up with which one to follow. And I mean, I love my production guys. You guys have been watching it. I'll tell you, if my production guys aren't on YouTube watching, these guys have been giving you nothing but praise on the camera angles. The camera guys are killing it, given they have one of my production guys, Jeff, screaming in their ears the whole time. Can't go in that production room, it's loud, but they're doing it for you guys. It's amazing. Okay, so I don't know if there was an issue with the live car or Cole had to give it a serious drive. The hard part is we don't have anyone in the pits to ask Cole these questions. Is he upset? Is he pulling it off? Was there an issue? We don't know, but we do know this. He was able to put heat into the engine, heat into the tires. Cole is wearing his Sierra Cars race suit. And Carla, you want to tell them what a Sierra car is? Carla actually had to step out for half a second. I apologize, guys. I'm over here and she stepped out. She was right next to me and I didn't even notice. The Sierra car is a car that Cole has developed from the ground up. And by Cole, I mean Life Motorsports, his entire production team. It's a business they run. They took a Sierra car up Pikes Peak in under 10 minutes. It is an amazing tube chassis style car that you can buy and build in different variations for road racing, for drifting, and also for rallycross. So if you guys don't know what a Sierra car is, I highly recommend checking it out. They did bring some demos out here last year, and you can get one for yourself. The one that went up Pikes Peak is a turbo Hayabusa engine Sierra car. You can buy standard Hayabusa models. It's incredible. Check them out. This is going to be the checkered flag, guys. Coming up next is the second GLTC race of the day. So Carl and I are going to sign off, give you guys a chance to watch the next race. Just know the first race, if you missed it, go back and watch it. It was a complete standing start wheel-to-wheel race. This will be a standard 15-minute rolling start race. So, you know, here's Cuban, there's Carla. We're going to sign off, and then Carla will give you some final words.
All right, thank you guys. I just jumped back in here and we're about to sign off to GLTC. So thank you for keeping your eyes on the screen for our time attack sessions, and you're not going to want to miss this next GLTC race. We'll catch you back here shortly.
The story of the weekend so far for Grid Life's Wheel-to-Wheel Racing Series GLTC has been unpredictable. Reliability issues, parts breaking, caution flags, and restarts have characterized the first 2 races of the weekend. But with 2 races remaining at the GLTC COTA Special, the third time may be the charm in a rather unlucky March race weekend. The new faces on the block have impressed. Brian Heitkotter comes into race 3 with his first top 5 ever behind him, while Jeremy Swenson's thundering Corvette will start from the rear after holding second much of race 2. Whatever happens, the target is painted squarely on the rear bumper of Aaron Lichty, who's only seen cars in the mirror so far this weekend. Kyle Heyer alongside Tom O'Gorman for race number 3 of 4 this weekend at Super Lap Battle here at Circuit of the Americas. Really excited to get this one underway, Tom. Hopefully we can get one from flag to flag today.
I think that intro absolutely nailed it. A lot of times with GLTC, with the way the weekends flow, we tend to end up with a fairly predictable race number 3 before we invert a lot of the field for race 4. And we just don't have that momentum. So with the starting grid being organized by the way the field finished in race 2, there's a lot of cars that are out of place. There's going to be a lot of cars that are fun to watch from behind, but also with that disjointed race number 2, there's some cars that floundered maybe a little bit in the latter stages that can start to charge forward too.
One of the big stories from race 2 earlier today was Eric Cattill's 92 Civic EG. He had big problems in the middle of turn 2, went 3 wide, found his way off course in the dirty marbles and gravel, ended up going off, broke a rear trailing arm on that Civic. I think he was able to fix it. Hopefully he's going to be out here on the racetrack. Yes, he is rolling, but he will start from the rear of the field. And he did that in race 2 and made a lot of progress before having that big scrap for 5th that caused him some damage. So he's going to have to do it all over again. Still winless in the 2021 calendar year. Last year's champion looking for his first win.
Yeah, that's why that car is going to be most fun to watch. He's certainly always a factor. So 2 cars at the back, that silver Corvette of Jeremy Swenson and the white and red Civic of Eric Cattill. Both cars don't really belong there, but they got a long way to go because no one's caught Aaron yet.
No one's caught Aaron yet, and that came in. He walked into the weekend expecting it to fall off over the course of a 15-minute race. The problem, we haven't had 15 minutes of green flag racing from flag to flag just yet. It hasn't been able to show its weakness, so Emil Tab will roll off in second right alongside him. There was no action taken on the contact at the top of the hill in turn number 1 after reviewing all the footage and talking to the drivers. It was considered a racing incident. They will not rule on that, so Emil will keep his second starting spot. But the big news for me, Tom, is Brian Heitkotter, that Chris Forsberg Racing Nissan 370, came into the weekend a little bit off pace, but over the course of the weekend, they've found they're showing a little bit. They've had some ABS issues, but to my knowledge, that car is sorted and ready to rock here inside the top 5.
It is, and he already picked up 1 position because it's heartbreaking to see Luke McGrew just pulled off on the warm-up lap. He was fighting some engine issues. Plot twist, no one could have seen that coming, but the car was basically stumbling coming off the corners before it came onto full song. He was having a hard time diagnosing it, and we just saw him run wide in the S's and pull off to park it. So Brian Heitkotter just picked up 1 spot on the warm-up lap. He's going to start 3rd. That's the 2nd row, and we do know that car also switched to race tires at some point this weekend. So he's not exactly on the setup we expected him to be on, but he's been performing really well. So that's a good starting spot for that car.
That silver Miata in view right there, that is George Kustum-Bardis. He will start from the rear. Disqualification for passing under yellow. There was a lot going on. He just got a little distracted, but it happened, so he will start from the rear. That car is actually turboed. It makes about 200 wheel horsepower, so it's a pretty quick little car, and we'll see if George can bring it from the rear as well. Up at the front, though, it's 2 very different vehicles. It's that 2010 Porsche Cayman that Aaron Lichty is competing for the first time here in GLTC with that platform. His normal car looks a whole lot like the one alongside him, but he wanted to bring some diversity to the field, and now we're going to get to see these 2 platforms head-to-head with a totally new one sitting right behind him.
And that's Emil Tab right behind him. That's a K24 powered NA Miata. Very, very early Miata. I think it's a 1990, in fact. So those cars will start side by side. Then Brian Heitkotter lines up alongside Joel Morrison, who's been very consistent, impressive this weekend, and I believe was a almost last-minute entry. So maybe he was planning on coming. We didn't know he was going to be here, and it's exciting to see that he's doing so well.
Yeah, he was definitely a very, very late add and just showed up in time for practice and qualifying yesterday, but his entire weekend has been driving forward. Now, remember how we gridded these races. Race 1 is set by qualifying, which we only had 1 lap of. Then race 2 is set by the lap time from race number 1. Race 3 is set by the finishing order from race number 2. So Morrison has been able to claw his way forward, and I think he's going to be inside the top 5 even more solidly than he was in race 2. I could see him going for podium here. Austin Hurdle in that 370Z, another new entry, a new build. He was very, very impressive in race 1. Had a little bit of issues in race 2. Got a little flustered after a near miss at the bottom of turn 2. But I think he's going to be refocused. And you see that empty grid spot. That was where Luke McGrew was going to start. Hurdle is not allowed to move up, so that gap will remain where Luke McGrew should have started.
He actually should move up, but I don't know that he knows that because he is a wheel-to-wheel rookie. So
we did discuss this yesterday, and as far as I know, our race director said that they should leave the gap.
They should leave it?
Time.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
Hurdle's actually doing the correct thing here. He's going to leave that gap next to Brian Heitkotter. And as we come up onto the front straightaway, Grid Life Touring Cup is going to race for the 3rd time this weekend, the penultimate race of the weekend, at Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. Waiting for the green flag to fly, Cayman versus Honda-powered Mazda Miata, then a Nissan 370Z in row number 2, an S2000, another 370, an RSX, and an MX-5. Green flag flies, we're racing in Grid Life Touring Cup, race number 3, 4 wide already. They're going to try it. Here comes Boysen up the inside in that front-wheel drive RSX. Heitkotter goes defensive, but no one's going to beat Aaron Lichty to turn 1.
Boysen goes for second almost at the apex, but this is what happens at turn 1. The things compress down so quickly. Emil Tab sweeps the outside. Jeremy Boysen side by side for 3rd with Austin Hurdle. It's 370Z versus the black RSX. That thing is on fire at the start right here. And then Brian Heitkotter in the black Z shows the nose up the S's. Hoop box, it's Heitkotter.
Yeah, he's going to lift. Eric Meadows is going to see the inside. Big jump over the right-hand curb. The yellow curb, he struck one of them earlier today. And here comes Catil sliding up the inside of Morrison. It's a charge from the back. He's coming forward quickly, but he's going to have to shoot the gap here between Morrison and Meadows, and that door is going to shut.
The black S2000 of Morrison really struggled on the start. He may not have been in the right gear or just in a bad spot in the gearing, but he's fallen way back the field. Eric Catil in the white and red Civic now hounding Eric Meadows in the silver NC Miata. He shows the nose at the inside, but Aaron Lichty has a lot of pressure. He has not really been in this position yet this weekend.
And now that big Cayman out front, you don't typically think of that as a very big car, but compared to the Miata, it's huge. He'll be in the slipstream for the back straightaway behind him. Some shuffling, but Boysen up to 3rd, and an immense start for him. Now down the back straightaway, speeds climbing well over 130 miles an hour, top of 5th gear for most of these cars. Cayman versus Miata, then RSX, and then it's that Nissan 370Z of Austin Hurdle, who also had a great start. Then it's Heitkotter and Catil chasing each other down the backstretch.
Here's another driver we haven't talked much about, but we pointed him out in race number 2 this morning. Dyson Pham in the blue S2000 coming from the back. Didn't get a lot of track time this weekend, but has raced with us a couple weekends. In fact, has won a GLTC race back at NOLA, and he charges the brakes down into turn 12 up the inside of Joel Morrison. Morrison tries to respond, but doesn't get the job done. That's one more position for Dyson Pham in the blue S2000.
And opens the door for Jeremy Swenson, recovering after that spin he had at the top of turn 1 in race number 2. Just had a tire rub, didn't want to cut the tire down, so came back on the rollback. He has since fixed that tire rub issue and is moving forward. That car's got a lot of torque and exits corners great, and he's moving forward here. Side by side, Catil and Heitkotter as we head into the carousel.
This should be for 5th, and Catil has the preferred line, easily takes the position, and that car should be nice flat out from this point. A big bump right there at the exit of the corner, but now he's going to focus on the back of Austin Hurdle, who's still applying good pressure from Boysen.
Saw that car wobble a little bit on the entry to turn 19, so a little unsteady for Hurdle perhaps. Eric Catil's had support this weekend from Hybrid Racing, a new sponsor on board that car. Without Hybrid Racing here, Catil would not be running this race. He has had all sorts of stuff break this weekend. Reliability issues, they've been there to help him out, so big props to that team for keeping that car running. Our last year's champion needing a little bit of assistance this year.
Speed of that Cayman finally showing a bit. He gaps Emil Tab by quite a bit. Now a challenge around the outside for Catil. Maybe tries to get a good slingshot down the hill towards turn 2, and there's Dyson Pham, who's now running down. Oh, look at this for 3rd.
Here comes Eric Catil up the inside. Pass complete. Austin Hurdle a little bit slow through turn number 2. Heitkotter's going to close that gap now. The 2 twin 370s running nose to tail through the S's. Look at the corner speed in the S's that Catil carries. That thing is stuck to the ground. It looks like it's on rails out there.
Yeah, I think on raw pace, that Civic is the only car that can beat the Cayman that's at the front. He's just got a long way to go to get there. Shows the nose at the inside of 7, takes the position easily. Look at the tire streak he left hanging the back end out on that front-wheel drive car, but he's up to 3rd on the podium now, and I agree, he would not have even made it out of the practice day if it wasn't for the support he had.
And look for the race lead. Emil Tab is closing back in on Aaron Lichty's Cayman. That car struggles with the weight transfer in those high-speed S's, but now it's getting into the part of the racetrack where this Cayman really excels, these long straightaways where that platform is, the weight's not going to matter here, Tom. It's all about that power, but Catil is lurking, and he is one of the quickest cars out there on the racetrack at the moment.
Yeah, that Cayman just excels so well on the slow corners, and we talked about it in race 2. There were so many slow corners off the acceleration zones in this track, and that mid-engine car just really does well in those. But you're right, he's a little bit lazy in the S's with the mid-engine platform. Speed down the back straightaway for Austin Hurdle, maybe a bit of draft off the RSX. Jeremy Boysen still holding that spot down, and look at how deep on the brakes Heitkotter is. He's really starting to trust him.
Yeah, he's starting to feel that he can push those braking zones a little bit deeper. Behind him, Dyson Pham, Eric Meadows having a bit of a moment, but Boysen, Hurdle, and Heitkotter nose to tail here. This is all for about 6th spot as they streak through what I call the stadium section, tight and twisty. It really the lighter cars really do a lot better in here. The front-wheel drive is going to struggle in this area for Boysen's RSX, but he seems like he's holding pretty strong right now. There's Morrison closing in on Pham and Jeremy Swenson taking it up. Look at these guys side by side as they head towards the carousel again. Hurdle defensive. Heitkotter tries to go the long way around.
He wants this spot. He's going to get a bit of a slingshot, but the passing opportunity at turn 19 is not great. You have to be pretty ballsy to make it happen. He's going to show the nose to apply some pressure. Oh, Hurdle, it worked. He has a bit of a bobble on the way in, dragged the curb, and the car gets loose. Heitkotter might have a run up into turn 20, but we know that car is not the best on the brakes. He does not have ABS functioning in that car as far as we know. He's not going to trust it just that much.
Tracks out at the exit of turn number 20. Catil is up to 3rd on the timing. It's a 1-second gap between Aaron Lichty and Emil Tabbitt. Looking at the timing and scoring, purple lap for Eric Catil. Last time by, it was the quickest car in the session at 2:30.036. He is the fastest car on the racetrack by 0.3 of a second. That Honda Civic SI is coming forward as we've got other battles mid-pack. We're going to keep an eye on that Civic as he moves forward.
Massive slide for Hurdle. That's a recall back to his street time attack days. Used to put on drift shows all the time and did it again coming off of turn number 1, but he maintains the point. And then this is really brought Brian Heitkotter back up after losing a little bit of space on that front straightaway.
And through the S's, again, Heitkotter has a lot of experience in both pro and amateur racing, and he's going to put that pressure on Austin Hurdle, who's racing his first wheel-to-wheel racing this weekend. So this is the perfect example of inexperience and experience being put to the test. How quickly can Austin Hurdle learn from the driver in his mirrors? And they're catching the 4th place car, Jeremy Boysen, in that black RSX, the 99 car, as we crest turn 10. Down the hill towards the hairpin here at turn number 11, which sets you up for the super long back straightaway. They're losing touch of those front 3. But in the backdrop, you can see Eric Catil has halved that gap to Emil Tab. That 82 car is going places, and we've got a long way to go. We're only 6.5 minutes in, and fingers crossed we've stayed green this entire time. If Catil can run Lichty down from the back of the grid, that would be an amazing accomplishment.
Look at this run. Austin Hurdle has a massive slingshot through the draft, shows the nose early on the inside. He wants this position, and he's going to lunge deep on the brakes, but Boysen says, no, I'm going to take this one back. Leaves him a little bit of space on the nose, but runs wide doing so. They're going to go side by side. It's a drag race, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive up to turn 13.
I told you this is where the front-wheel drive seemed to struggle. They can't quite get the power down here without pushing the nose. He's going to manage to salvage it, but Hurdle's going to have to tuck back in line, and Hurdle has to not only look out the windshield, but look in the mirror, because that Chris Forsberg Racing 370 is right there in the scrap for 4th.
Not many people get this exciting of a debut wheel-to-wheel weekend, but Austin Hurdle has been in the thick of it the entire weekend, and he's showing a massive amount of maturity in wheel-to-wheel racing for someone who is so new to it. He's really paying attention to the space that he has around him and is aware of the cars in front and behind, battling for, at some points, podiums. The problem is he keeps kind of putting the car in some odd positions. He just dragged the curb again. We saw that loosen him up a couple laps ago. The car also showing some signs of maybe a little bit of wear and tear with the rear end moving around on exits on some of those corners too.
On the front straightaway, Lichty leads this lap again. Catil goes quicker, a 2:29.282. That was faster than qualifying pace. He's still coming to the front. He's 1.8 back from the race leader. Meanwhile, for 4th, Boysen up the front straight. Here's Hurdle on the driver's left. He's going to have a look into the first corner. Heitkotter watching in the wings. He smells blood in the water if these two start to tangle.
Front-wheel drive RSX is so good on the brakes.
Oh, big hop over the inside
There's
curve.
another one of those slides, and Heitkotter this time capitalizes. They're going to drag race down through turn 2, and Hurdle is smart, lifts, decides not to go side by side. He wants to stay in touch with these guys, so now Heitkotter has an opportunity to make a move on Boysen, who's been bulletproof so far.
Look at the speed that 370Z carries through the S's, though. He's right on the tailpipes of that Acura RSX. Now back to the right, this long right-hander. That front-wheel drive car is going to be struggling for grip through here. Then up over the crest here at the top of turn 8 and 9 and 10. Here comes Heitkotter, keeps it a little tighter, and he's closing in.
So many line options in the transfer from 7 to 8. You see all 3 different cars on 3 different lines. Jeremy Boysen runs a little bit wide, but back at the front, Eric Catil has gotten around Emil Tab in the S's. I bet that was exciting because Catil is not afraid of some S's and is now setting his sights on the Cayman at the lead.
And here comes the Chris Forsberg Racing 370 down the inside for 4th. He'll have the pass in Boysen complete. Now down the backstretch, he'll have to defend from that Acura. Huge slide for Hurdle, dragging those Hoosiers out over the curbing. And now side by side again down the backstretch. for fourth, but cue the Jaws music up front. Catil's coming.
Check the power on that RSX. I think Heitkotter is the slowest car in the straight line of these three. Austin Hurdle has another run. They're going to end up 3 wide, I think, in the braking zone here. Shows the nose up the inside, but that car is seeming to not have a lot of rear grip.
Oh, he's going to back out of that, but they're going to go nose to nose into turn number 12. Is Heitkotter too deep? Can he maintain the line? He does. Side by side through 12. Now he's going to run out onto the ripples and have a run into 13. He clears them and move Heitkotter to fourth.
That RSX struggled off of that corner big time, so now it's a fourth place running order for Brian Heitkotter. Chris Forsberg Racing's debut weekend with this car, and I think it's been a slow roll, but the momentum is building. That snowball's getting pretty big, as their gap is also big up to the top 3, though, so this is definitely a battle for fourth.
There was a 3-car fight behind him for 7th spot. Eric Meadows in the silver Miata, then Dyson Pham in the blue car. Jeremy Swenson is in that mix as well. They're doing their own sort, but this is the best battle on the racetrack. The 99 of Boysen and the 370Z of Hurdle. And Hurdle's been bobbling here in turn 19 a lot. This is a very fast corner that requires a very specific setup, and Hurdle's been struggling a little bit with that turn.
We should also say that I think that's probably the heaviest car on the grid. I think it's over 3,100 pounds. So that car is certainly the one that would likely fall off the most. Speaking of fall off, Aaron Lichty expected that car to fall off over a race. So far, he is not showing signs of that. He's been consistent within a couple of tenths of his fastest lap the entire time. The problem is Eric Catil is faster. That time through, though, actually lost some pace, only a 2:31.1.
He was in the middle of passing Emil Tabb, so that might have held him up. Here comes Hurdle on the outside of Boysen into turn number 1. Going to try the over-under here. Not quite. Going to stick the outside, try to run down the hill towards turn 2. Not going to get alongside. Now he will. Chose a nose for a second. Thinks better of it, Tom. That would have been a risky move.
These two bickering has brought Eric Meadows back into the fight in the silver Miata. He's had a pretty quiet race, but has run these two down, so it's a 3-car battle, but now 1 position back. Also notice the front bumper on Brian Heitkotter's Nissan flapping in the wind on the braking zone in turn 1. Hopefully that is secured well enough to maintain the rest of the race, but a little bit of loose body work on the front of that car.
Up at the front, Eric Catil was trailing Aaron Lichty by 2.7 seconds. It'll take nothing short of a miracle to run Lichty down from that far back, but the battles behind them are ablaze. Jeremy Boysen, Hurdle, and here comes Meadows. That wing on that car is a new addition this weekend, and it's treating him well here as he runs up to try to grab himself a top 5 here. Has to pass 2 cars to do it. And here comes Swenson up the inside of Meadows. That was a surprise. Where did he come from in that big V8 Corvette? Down the inside, he'll have it. And move on through. Actually, that was not Meadows. That was actually he had just gotten by Dyson Pham in the blue car, but now up the back straightaway. You see Heitkotter up the road. He's 4th, Boysen 5th, Hurdle 6th, and now for 7th, it's Meadows and Swenson. Corvette versus Miata. I can tell you which one will win this race.
Yeah, he once he cleared the battle behind, he's made up that ground really, really quickly. So I think the pace in that Corvette is building as well. But look at the brakes. Totally different story on the brakes. Meadows shuts the door, keeps him tight to the apex, and now it's a drag race between two super different cars. The problem is on the outside. That is not the preferred line for turn 13. A braking zone, and Meadows shuts the door once more.
That Corvette is one of the heaviest cars here, over 3,000 pounds. It's not going to perform very well in those tight and twisties. Out front, though, Aaron Lichty brought this Cayman with the expectation it was going to fall off in a 15-minute race with the rear tire temps. It has not shown any weakness this weekend, and while Eric Catil has made up 8 spots this race, he hasn't been able to get too far. There is Eric Meadows defending from Swenson through the carousel here, coming down to the last couple corners. Swenson from way back in the grid.
Man, that Corvette looks slick. The profile in that car is just awesome with the little lip on the back, but it doesn't seem to have the cornering speed of the Miata. No surprise there. And now we get back to the part of the track where there are a couple of digs, but back at the front, something has happened. Oh, it's a checkered flag.
Checkered flag happens, and Eric Catil went quickest, but not quick enough across the line. Aaron Lichty, 3 for 3 this weekend. To the line, a couple drag races. Lichty, Catil, Tabb, Heitkotter, Boysen, your top 5. Then Hurdle, Meadows, Swenson, Pham, and Morrison, the rest of your top 10. And Catil reeled in 2 seconds worth of time on Aaron Lichty in that final lap. A 2:28.980, that is almost a track record from my understanding, but it was not a record enough to run down Aaron Lichty. The interesting thing here, Tom, is that Eric Catil was faster than Aaron Lichty on his fast lap by over 0.3 of a second. So had Catil started farther forward, he would have won this race.
Theoretically, but racing, getting by somebody is a totally different story from catching them. So certainly the fastest car here is the Civic. I don't know how it would be fascinating to watch them start side by side, which they will in race number 4, but it will not be on the front row because we're going to turn this thing on its head and invert some cars.
We have a field invert for our 4th and final race coming up just after 2:30 p.m. later Central Time. And how this works, Tom, we set the grid by our race 3 finishing order, with the exception of the top, give or take, 6 to 10 cars, depending on the race director. We will invert a random number of cars between 4 and 8, and so we could have anybody from Brian Heitkotter on pole all the way back to Jeremy Swenson on pole, and that will invert everybody in those positions. Everyone from whatever they didn't invert on back will start where they finished in race number 3, but that is the wild card. Now everyone's sort of on the same page. That race basically was wiping the slate clean after the messes that we had earlier in the day and yesterday. So we've wiped everything clean. Now everyone's essentially where they should be, I feel, for the 4th and final race of the weekend, and that means that we're going to probably see the best race of the weekend later this afternoon.
Yeah, and I think these 2 cars are the 2 to watch. I think if I have to say, in race 4 with the invert, Eric Coutil tends to be a lot bolder in traffic than Aaron Lichty does. So my tip of the hat probably goes to the 82 for making quicker progress. But I think if I had to pick a car to drive, I would be looking at that number 19. It looks awful good.
It's pretty good. And again, coming into the weekend, remember that Aaron Lichty's normal car that he's competed with and won 9 races last season is a Honda-powered Mazda Miata. Depending on how he had brought it here, he probably would have had the same results in that car, but he brought this Cayman to bring some diversity. But because of the short races we've had and where he started race 1, he has not been challenged. That is going to change this afternoon.
The names you mentioned in the invert zone, there's not a name on that list that I couldn't see winning race number 4 either, so it's definitely going to be one to watch. I think it's about 2:40 p.m. Central Time this afternoon. You're going to want to be here for that for sure. And just the entire field, that was a quality race. That's what we have been waiting for.
Yeah, that's what we've been waiting for, and that's what the drivers have been waiting for too. 15 minutes of racing that they can go out there and show what their cars are capable of over the course of the event. But Aaron Lichty will have to start a little bit deeper in the field for race 4. And if I had to bet, I know that it's a random number, but I'm going to bet that Lichty car starts pretty deep in the field. He's going to have a lot of work to do. So the field climbs onto pit lane. Let's go over some of the stories of the weekend here, Tom. We came into the weekend with a handful of new drivers. We had Jeremy Swenson, new to the field. We had Austin Hurdle, new to the field. Brian Heitkotter, new to the field. Joel Morrison joining us now. George Kustin-Bardis making his first starts. A lot of new faces, but also our front runners from the championship last year, Aaron Lichty, Eric Coutil. They finished 2nd and 1st respectively in the 2020 championship, both running for points this year as well. And already, if you look at the 2021 point standings, Aaron Lichty will be leading those. But I don't think we're done yet. It's a long year, and I don't think Lichty's bringing this Cayman to every round.
Yeah, must be nice. Pick and choose the car keys you want to take. One in every color. Why not? But definitely a lot of new names to keep an eye on, especially over the season. We race at a big variety of racetracks and in the styles of racetrack, and I think we're going to see that really breathe and ebb and flow. I can't wait to join it a little bit for myself as well. But again, that race 4 is going to be a lot of fun to watch. The other car I would be worried about is Jeremy Swenson, because we have heard from race control 8 is the number. Top 8 invert for the race number 4. Jeremy Swenson was really, really fast in the last part of that race. He struggled a bit getting by some cars. Now he starts on pole. He doesn't have to worry about that.
It was a Cayman out front, but now it'll be a V8 Corvette for race number 4, taking us to the green at 2:40. Kyle Heyer alongside Tom O'Gorman. We'll see you a little bit later. Next up, the next group for Super Lap Battle. We'll see you in a little bit.
Stop fucking eating next to the mic.
All right, guys, that was a really exciting GLTC race. They have one more left this weekend. Here we are with Group 4, Session 2. I had to look at Carla because I wasn't sure. Here we are at Group 4, Session 2. So we have the Group 4 guys going on. It looks like a majority, sorry, guys and gals. We got Mary Valdez out there laying it down.
Yeah, and if you're just tuning in because maybe you slept in on a Sunday morning, man, you missed a lot of drama that has already happened this morning. We have seen some amazing things going on here. First and foremost, Jackie Dean, guys. He reset his own fastest lap with a 2:17. And let's not forget about Thomas Thompson in enthusiast class. He reset his fastest lap time with 2:30.330, guys. That is a quick time in that ATSV.
No, absolutely. And Jonathan Wheeler has a lot of time to come up to.
And we have a really crazy battle going on between Jackie Ding and Amir Bentatu. Amir set that 2:20 yesterday, 0.0 I might add, and he went out and unfortunately broke down and got towed off track.
Suspension failure. I got a quick little insight. I don't actually know what broke, but I had someone run up to me and tell me they're fixing it at this exact moment. With how the wheel was turned, I'm just going to guess ball joint.
All right, let's not forget about limited class here. Eric Fleming with a 2:17.0 leading the class. Unlimited class, Ferris Kwartumi still leading the class with his time yesterday of a 2:08.652. Jason Den and Cameron Lawrence, they found some time in that last session with a 2:15.6.
No, they absolutely did. And then this is the Pro Comp standings. I'm not sure what happened with Nick Bright, why he got towed off, but hopefully we'll see him soon. Ryan Dussex is leading this class, closely followed by Justin Bayless and Tony Zerka. And then Nick Bright is right on their tail there if they can get that whole car figured out.
All right, so Cuban, let's talk again. What's going on? What are we looking forward to this next session 2 of the day here?
You know what? Here's what we're looking for. Group 4, we're going to see these enthusiast guys go faster. There's zero doubt about it. I'm sure Mary has more time on the table. She obviously has a lot to catch up to get Jonathan Wheeler in the second place, but she wants to make sure she doesn't lose her podium time. Group 3, Group 2, Group 1, we're looking to see the street class times drop. We know in Group 1 we want to see Ferris and Cole go even faster. Ferris is still stuck at a 2:08. Amir needs to fix his car. Will he have it fixed in time for this session? We don't know. But more than that, we're just looking to see these cars go fast. Eric Fleming in his limited class Corvette, who is leading and holding the limited rear-wheel drive record, he says there's more time on the table. He's just got to drive faster.
Yeah, and in case you missed it, we already have some current records being reset so far this weekend. We have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 7. We have 7 records unofficially being reset already this weekend, starting with enthusiast class. Mary Valdez, she's driving that CTR on screen actually as of right now. She is doing phenomenal, guys. She's already clocked a 238.626. That resets the enthusiast front wheel drive record from last year, so that is fantastic to see her out here. Thomas Thompson has already reset the enthusiast rear wheel drive record at a 230.330. That's in that ATSV, man. That is such a cool car to watch him drive around track.
No, it is, and it's a car you don't even see very often to begin with. You know what I mean? It's one of those cars that is not as common. It is a V6 twin turbo car. It's not like the CTS. That's a V8 car. They got a lot of weight to them, you know, V6 twin turbo, but she's got a lot of weight. She's a little thick, okay? So, but he's been out here wheeling it. I mean, he has improved his time from last year significantly. If he could dip into the 29s, that would be incredible. It'd be bringing him really close to Jensen Little's overall enthusiast record of a 228.
Yeah, absolutely. And we also saw Eric Fleming resetting the limited rear-wheel drive record of a 217.0. That is currently his fastest time, but he's so close to getting into the 216 range, which is going to be amazing. Hopefully we can see him pull that off in that Z06 later today.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, he definitely has time on the table. Like we were talking about before, the car is a very mild build. It's got a really nice rear AJ Hartman aero, very, very mild front splitter that's smaller than I think even street class allows. So there's Thomas Thompson, by the way, always being consistent, dropping a 231 on his first lap.
Yeah, And we also saw Justin Bayless resetting the Pro Comp rear-wheel drive record to a 230.580.
Yep, and there's Mary Valdez right there. You can tell she's really pushing the car. She has traction control off now. She found yesterday in her last sessions when she was going fast, she may have had the jitters or was a little nervous and just completely forgot to turn off traction control.
But she is out here killing it, and man, she has a crowd of people cheering her on online. Mary Valdez, we are so excited to have you out here. And in case you didn't hear us mention it before, Mary Valdez actually drove this CTR from New York to Austin just to compete with the car, and she still has to drive home back to New York after this event.
And she drove it here with a 97,000 mile motor.
That is insane.
To everyone out there that says you got to buy a quote-unquote limited production car and keep it in your garage, Mary Valdez says nope.
And for that, her mom is very proud of her. She is letting us know how proud online she is of Mary Valdez.
Well, let's be clear. Her mom is yelling at us because we blocked the camera shot of her daughter at some point. So, sorry.
As she should. If I was a mother, I would do the same.
I promise you there's plenty of time to see her. You don't have to see her coming out of the pits.
Kay and Dean looking for more time to hopefully get onto the podium. He is battling it out with Mary Valdez. He just clocked a 239.548.
Yep, and Mary Valdez did a 238.417, so she's still going faster and faster. Let's talk about this 86 that was just on screen. That's Joshua Garcia. That's a 1UZ powered, so that'd be have an LS400 or SC400 AE86, and it's a beautiful car. The last time he ran with us, he had another AE86 that looks very similar, but it's F22C powered Honda S2000 engine.
And that is exactly what I like to see. And he also just reset his current fastest lap time of the event. He just put down a 238.693. He found quite a bit of time over yesterday's fastest lap time of 239.119. So it's great to see him out here. Joshua Garcia, also a really nice guy to talk to. I got the chance to talk to him a little bit last night. And man, I really like seeing this car going around the track.
No, me too, man. And it's just so fun to see this. I mean, he's one of those people that just loves supporting Time Attack and motorsports as a whole. He will go to every event he can, and it's just great to see him out there.
This track might be faster this session because Don Brown also found about 0.8 of a second over his fastest lap time yesterday. He just clocked a 243.128.
Absolutely, I love it. Let's see if we can have Mary get into the 37s. Austin Shipley's in the 38s, okay? So his goal was 39s. First time ever driving a Super, first time driving a rear-wheel drive on track. He's already in the 38s, and we know the car has more in it, and he's just going to try and wring every bit out of it.
And whoa, Andy Hollis and that Street Class CRX just clocked a 230.819.
And that's, you know, yeah, we talked about it being K24 swap. There's nothing that crazy about the car. It's a K24 and a CRX, some mild aero, and just an amazing driver.
And every time he's out on track, he's finding at least 2 seconds. I mean, man, what is he going to do next session if he already clocked a 230.8?
I don't know, but maybe they're going to steal the ball joint off his car to make Amir's car work.
No, that's actually a joke. We don't know what's going on.
That's a complete joke. Yeah, we don't know, but this is just based off seeing every single thing out there. When you see a wheel turned all the way to the right, it's only fixable if it's a replaceable part. So unless, you know, if a control arm broke and they had a spare control arm, that makes sense. They do bring a lot of spares, but I've never seen a control arm in Amir's trailer. So I'm going to assume it's a ball joint. Someone will probably message me and tell me I'm an idiot.
Well, I'm just really happy to hear that it is fixable. We will see him back out here today. I was so depressed seeing him get trailered off on the flatbed, and man, really what it comes down to is I just really love seeing people do well, man. That's what gets me for Time Attack. I just love seeing the competition, and I love seeing people just push everything that they have to go and do their best out here.
Yeah, and honestly, if it takes a mere 2 sessions, let's say he doesn't even make it to the session, he's fast enough to be in the Super Lap Battle, which is the final session of the day where you get 1 lap. So, you know, all he needs to do is get the car together, make sure it's safe. They actually align their cars at the track. They always bring the string alignment system. They were aligning it on Friday before the event, so I'm not too worried about them having alignment that's off either.
Drew Bazar has been really consistent in his lap times here. His current fastest lap time of the event, though, is 2:43.0. So he is looking to knock into that 2:42 range, with his current lap time of this session being a 2:43.1.
No, it's going good. Thomas Thompson, it's going to be hard. So first lap of the first session, he did a 2:30 flat, and this was yesterday all over again. He did a 2:33 and then was doing 33s and 34s. So he obviously is a guy that understands to get the most out of his tires on the first session he can, because it looks like he put some fresh tires on and just laid down a flyer. Here's a quick little shot of the drift paddock, guys. If you're out here, as you can see, everyone out here following the drift paddock. If you're out here, you can actually get ride-alongs with these guys. It's incredible, you know, just how much drifting has developed over even the last 5 years, but I always talk about the last 14, 15 years, because I remember going to Drift Long Beach, and, you know, Tarzan was there, seeing all the old school Japanese people, and cars back then were not even better than the cars you see right now that are running amateur drifting. So if you have a chance to come out here, take a ride along, drifting has developed so much to the point where to be a pro drifter, you need like 1,000 horsepower to even compete.
And man, there's a huge crowd of people, and we're just about to start the car show today as well. It's going on from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. tonight. Yesterday we had a great turnout, so there's probably going to be even more cars coming out today.
And the vendors, I mean, they have vendors on the booth. Everything is going great. This right here, I hate to say it, I always forget. I think it's Brandon Luthi is what it is.
Brandon Luthi.
All right, Brandon
Golf R.
Luthi. We had an in-car with him, and you know what? That is a basically bone stock Golf R. He may have some wheels and tires on it, but besides that, it's the same car. And he's been pushing this car over and over. Watching his in-car shows you that if this is something he's interested in, he's probably going to be fast, because unlike most enthusiasts, he's not sawing at the wheel. He's not, you know, being nervous. He is actually a very smooth driver with some speed. So it's good to see him out here in his street car pushing the limits.
But let's not forget to mention that he has found 2 seconds over his fastest lap time yesterday. So he just clocked in a 2:43.238. That is a fantastic job. Yesterday he was running 2:45, so it's great to see him going even faster today.
Druv actually did the 43. He's doing a 44, but he still picked up a second.
Oh, too many numbers here. Sorry, Druv, we're cheering
Just so
you
you
on.
know, guys, Carla's not a robot, so she is a human being.
And we're taking more caffeine.
I will actually, something I haven't done today. Carla, what's the weather like?
You know, that is an excellent question. We've had fantastic weather all weekend so far, and thankfully I have one of the greatest apps in the world, which is the Weather Channel, and I'm not paid by them. I just like giving them shouts outs apparently. But we're at 60 degrees right now, and it's sunny and it's beautiful.
And we got a Mustang drifting against a Corvette, something we could have never talked about 5 years ago alone. The C6 chassis has become so affordable, you see a lot of these turn into drift cars. And you know what? I'm sure there's a lot of people wearing New Balances that are upset right now, but I love everything about it. It's just perfect weather for jorts, by the way.
For jorts?
Yeah, jean shorts. Jean shorts and New Balances, Corvette drivers. Come on, girl.
Okay, well, you know what? Put me to the game. Apparently I don't know about this fashion statement, but...
Luckily, we have actually some Time Attack Corvettes also, so this is actually really cool. A car that you would have never guessed to see in a Time Attack event or being a drift car, okay? We have 2 Corvettes competing in Time Attack. We have multiple Corvettes on the drift paddock. There is a Corvette race car, a C5 in GLTC. The Corvettes are taking over the world, guys.
Speaking of taking over the world, Austin Shipley finding more time once again with a 237.1.
You know, and he is pitted with Jackie Ding and Mary Valdez. So, you know, there's always friendly competition. Austin gets to go look at her and say, well, guess what? I just went faster than you. And Mary, being as spicy as she is, her mother made it very clear that the spice Mary got was from, you know, came from her. It must be a genetic thing. So I'm pretty sure she's not going to take too kindly to that. She's going to want to come out and go even faster.
Yes, and she is really protecting her podium spot currently on the enthusiast class overall with her 238.417. She is doing amazing this event. I believe this is her first time here at COTA, and man, she is just continuing to go faster and really dialing in that CTR.
All right, and then for everyone that's here, everyone that's listening, remember, we're doing a giveaway for a full helmet design. Okay, we did this last year. This is $750 worth of helmet paint and design. This is going on outside of the registration booth. If you're a driver and you haven't registered yet for this drawing, make sure to do it. Last year, the winner was super stoked, got an amazing helmet design, and nothing makes you feel more professional and more there than just having a helmet that everyone wants to look at. My favorite part about, watching racing, especially open wheel racing, is seeing the designs of the helmets, especially in F1 because they get to change them a few times through the year. Same thing in Indy. They're not always wearing the same helmets. I would say same thing in Formula E, but electric cars are the devil.
Well, I have to say, as much as I used to be against it and still kind of am, I've driven an electric car on track. I drove a Tesla Model S, and it's fast. It's wicked fast.
But Dai went like 8 seconds faster in a Model 3.
Oh, I drove a Model 3 also, but
and you did a 59,
hey.
right? 59?
I drove a 59, yes.
All right, you're
and
fast. I'm not saying anything. You're fast.
Yeah, but you know what? They definitely put the time in, and 52 is something that just is amazing, and really proud of that whole team, and Dai Yoshihara is an amazing driver, so I don't have much else to say.
No, absolutely. Andy Hollis is still leading this run group, my guys. 2:37.29. Mr. Thomas Thompson at 2:31.605. And then we have Austin Shipley at 2:37, still going faster every session. This is the actual Super that Austin Shipley is driving. And if you're just joining us, this is not the car he was supposed to drive. He physically bought this car for this event. His FK8 Type R got smashed into on the freeway when he was supposed to go take it to alignment and park it for a week. $19,000 worth of damage. When he emailed us, look, we get a lot of emails about people needing to cancel or not come, and it's always a sob story, and please give me my money back. I promise I'll come to the next one. Austin Shipley emails us and says, hey guys, my car's totaled. Not totaled, my car is damaged. So you read an email like that, like, oh, he's not going to show up. He's like, but I'm going to find a way to make this happen. He is part of the PhD racing crew. That's Jackie Ding's team, and Jackie offered to sell him a backup Super he had for a different project. So Jackie's emailing us, Austin's emailing us. We make sure the car fits within the class and in the 50-50 rule, and here they are. So this event is obviously sponsored by Big Red Gum. No, I don't know what that Big Red's for, but I love this view because even from here, you can see the tower, you can see downtown Austin, you can see Turn 1. The paddock is very full, and I'm going to tell you right now, even through the pandemic, these people are coming out and they're loving everything that's going on. That is going to be the end of Group 4, Session 2, guys. They are checkered flagged right now, so we're going to go ahead and get ready to see the guys at Group 3, Session 2, see what kind of times they lay down. Everyone seems to be going faster, so this is exciting.
All right, guys, and here we have our drone shot of the car show that's going on. And actually, it's just getting started for today. And man, we are so excited to have this drone available to us. This is the first year that we actually have a drone, and it's not just your ordinary drone. It takes 3 people to operate it, and it's able to go 60 to 70 miles an hour. So it's crazy what it's capable of. And if you've ever driven a drone, I'm sure you realize how difficult it can be to operate it. So we're really excited to have that. We're really thankful for our production crew that's here with us for this event, and actually all the events that we have live streams. So we are grateful for them, and we are just finishing up this group for session 2. So we're getting ready for the group 3, okay? So we have a couple of cars that we're looking forward. First and foremost, Paul Jacques in that Eagle Talon TSI. So if you're just joining us, yesterday they had an issue. I know, and it's an Eagle Talon. When was the last time you have ever seen an Eagle Talon? But yesterday they broke a cam gear, but they had an extra one, so they were able to change it out. This morning he went down to just do a light shakedown so that they can retorque the motor, and I believe, unless I'm wrong, he's going to be able to go out this next group 3 session and be able to try again to lower his current lap time, which is at a 2:30.611. So we are really cheering him on. We're happy to see him back out here.
Yeah, and it's really exciting, to be honest with you. Like you said, Eagle Talon TSI was the last time you saw one. Also, anyone that's ever tried to do cam gears in time of 4G63 knows that they're never truly in time. I got that line from someone on the YouTube, so whoever I stole that from, thank you. But I've owned a 4G63. They take a lot of effort to time. It's 2, 3, 4, 5 efforts. So they got it right. And instead of just going out and maybe causing a problem, realistically, they went out, put heat through the motor, brought it back in, torqued down the head studs, and short of any other issues, they're going to go out there and try and fly.
Hey, you know what else is really cool? And who's been kind of about to reset their own record from last year? The Tysons, street front-wheel drive. They're so close to resetting their own record, which is currently at a 2:30.537. So far this event, their fastest lap time is only 0.2 a second off of their own record.
Sadly, we won't see them go back out, though.
Oh, what happened?
Training Lego.
Oh, no.
They're already towing home.
That is so unfortunate. Well, best wishes to the Tysons. I'm really sorry to hear about the transmission letting go. And, man, we hope next year you can come back out and reset your own record.
No, I agree. And you know what? They want to make sure they make every event possible. So in front of me, I have a message from Amir Bentatu. It says the car is going to be back out. I'm not going to read the whole message. You know, he says rude things to me all the time, but the car is going back out. So there's a really good chance we're going to see him this next session coming up.
Amir actually doesn't say rude things. He's one of the
stop.
nicest guys.
He says them, doesn't say them to you. You want to go through these?
Really?
Yeah.
I can't see Amir saying anything negative to anyone.
I guess it's just because who I am. So back to the Eagle Talon, because that is a fan favorite. Do you want to break down what kind of arrows on that car, Carla? Or who designed the arrow? I'll break down the arrow for you, but you want to tell people who designed the arrow on that car?
Yeah, so it's really cool to see that Eagle Talon out here. One of the old school time and attack competitors, Andrew Brilliant, he used to do a lot of arrow designs, and he actually made the arrow on Paul Jacques's Eagle Talon TSI. So it's really cool to see that out here, and it's obviously been working really well for them with their 2:30 lap time. Hopefully they can break into the 29s.
Yeah, and Andrew Brilliant knows that chassis. He used to own an Eclipse here in North America, in California, where I don't know Andrew Brilliant's history. I know he's designed a million amazing cars. He did the original Aero on the FXMD NSX, but, you know, he used his own car as a platform to really push his aero development. So, you know, it's to see him do that to his Eclipse, and then to see what feels like 16 years later. I want to say that he owned that car in 02, 03, 04, 05. What feels like 16 years later, Andrew Brilliant's designs are going on another car that's trying to go fast. It's incredible.
Yeah, and I actually was happy to see, I just saw the Mustang GT driven by Sean Farah and David Luong. I saw that they were able to make that car come back out for the next session. So whatever the issue was that was causing water to just come out, and they're able to sort that out. Looks like they're back here out on track without even missing a session.
Yeah, and C1 Motorsports really gave me the heads up here. So this is AMB Aero version 2 for this car. Obviously, version 1 is probably either on this car or Brilliant's car. Andrew Brilliant is not an aero producer, though. He's an aero designer. So this was actually built by Carbonetics. All the aeros built by Carbonetics. It's being, put to work here by Paul Jaquish, and I'm just really excited to see this car go fast. Mainly because it's awesome to see cars that you don't see on track go fast. Here these guys are on their warm-up laps. This is Group 3, Session 2. And for those of you looking, we do run these groups backwards, so it goes 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, also we saw a lot of cars in Group 4, Session 2 going faster than their current fast lap times of the event so far. So I believe this Session 2, it seems like the track conditions may be a little bit better, and it seems to be that the track is faster now than it was in the morning. So we might see some drivers resetting their fastest lap times.
Well, I don't know what time you got to the track, Carla, but when I got here at whatever time that was, it was like 41 degrees outside. So it does take time for the track to warm up. Even though it was in the mid-50s with a little sun out, Session 1 was probably slippery. So here we are, Session 2, it's, in the high 50s, like 58, 59 degrees, the sun's out. This track has to feel better than it did during Session 1. I don't know if this is Nick Steniford or Ryan DeSex driving this car, but I can tell you this is definitely a fan favorite. This car is leading the pro comp times. It is #1 in class as we speak, and it's a true Japanese race car. So just having it out here at a time attack event, which is a Japanese sport, is very exciting for us.
Yeah, and yesterday and also today, they're struggling with fuel starvation in that car. It has a really small tank on it, so they're doing their best to try to nail down a quick lap time. Their current fastest lap time in the event so far is a 2:28, I believe, so hopefully they're able to just find a little more time now that the track is a little more warmed up and possibly crack into the low 28s.
That would be amazing. This Mustang had a little bit of an overflow issue. I'm not sure if the overflow tank took damage or the cap popped off, but he was releasing some water on track. It was getting on his windshield, so he had to come back in. Good to see him back out, try to lay down a fast lap. We are getting questions about the Subaru, so I will tell you that's exactly how that car looked in Japan. The car is unchanged, and I mean unchanged. The looks, the wheels, the brakes, the engine, the interior. That's how it would have looked at when it raced wheel to wheel there, and it looks amazing here now.
Yeah, speaking of looking amazing, Lawrence Yen's Cayman GT4, that is such a beautiful car, and he is definitely lapping out there. He's sitting on a 227.6, so that's a limited class car. It's a very mildly built limited class car, but he is out there pretty consistent with his times as well.
Absolutely, and he is a driver. He has ran, I believe, at the Ridge with Global Time Attack, so he's a good driver. He just loves these events. He loves to go fast, and I'm sure as time goes on, he's going to want to throw more parts at that car.
And speaking of being really consistent, he also just put down a time that is 0.06 of a second off of his fastest lap time of the session. So talk about consistency. That is a lot of consistency.
He just put down the number of the beast, though. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. And he's driving a red car.
Well, hey, let's, I guess, take it as a good thing.
I know, right? Tony D, though, is still laying down laps. Tony D had a really, really fun spin cycle there going onto the back straight last session. But best part about him is he spun it back around, went out and did 2 more laps. It was incredible. He actually stayed on track with his 360, so he didn't have to self-come in. There was no black flag required. No 4 off.
wondering if you're just tuning in, there's little colored squares next to each one of the lap times here, and that's just to help indicate which class each one of the cars are in. So as a viewer, you can kind of tell what we're looking at here.
Yeah, and just to give you a thought on it, these are the colors. We have yellow for enthusiast, yellow for enthusiast, green for street, blue for limited, black for unlimited, white for pro comp. So those colors will be there the whole time. You can also base it off of the windshield banner on the car. So if you don't know what class a car is in, if you can see the windshield banner on camera, it shows you. So that one has a green windshield banner. It's straight classic. This is the Focus RS gang, guys. We had 4 Ford Focus RSs sign up. So if they do one thing good, they have amazing colors. This blue on the Focus RS, and it has bright blue Brembo calipers. It's something you don't see. So we are from SoCal. We do tend to see more cars like this. Hot hatches are basically all over Southern California, but a lot of people don't get to see Focus RSs very often. It's a really cool car. It's, Focus RSs, Civic Type Rs, Subaru STIs. These are all cars that love competing with each other. They're in the same price point. They're in the same competition point. So it's great to see them all on track at the same time.
Yeah, and that was Jaime Santos on screen there. His current fastest lap time of the event so far is 2:33.552. Oh, but actually, he just went faster. So now his fastest lap time of the event is a 2:32.812. So congratulations to Jaime Santos for putting down his fastest lap of the event so far.
No, absolutely. And here we have Jonathan Wheeler. He knows that he's going to have to lay down a flyer to catch up to Thomas Thompson. His whole goal was to reset the rear-wheel drive record, and if Thomas Thompson had not have shown up, he would have. Absolutely he would have, because he went out and did a 2:34. But Thomas Thompson did a 33 yesterday and a 30 today. So sadly, records are live, so he is going to have to push a little bit harder to get there. But he's had a great showing. I mean, he's a super cool dude. He's really nice. He can take jokes like there's no tomorrow, so that's my kind of guy. But that's fantastic. See what kind of lap time he lays down on this one. Can he go faster? No, it's a little bit slower than his last lap. So it does look like that Porsche Cayman GT4 is going to lead this session with a 2:27. Tony D did a 2:28 though, so he did a 2:30 for his first lap. So he picked up a couple seconds off that lap. Ryan Dustis and Nick Steniford have not gone faster than the 2:30 range, but nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, Devin Hoffman still looking for more time. She was able to do a 2:26 earlier today, so we're definitely excited to see her continuing to go faster. Her first lap she did 2:30 this session, but what we've seen, she tends to go a little bit faster on her second lap, so we'll stay tuned to see what she's able to clock in for her second lap of this session. And there's the world's most exotic Volkswagen Rabbit, driven by Justin Bayliss. And I have a little bit of bad news for you, Cuban, about...
Tony didn't drive it yesterday.
Yeah, so I spoke with Tony Sirksa, and I was so excited because I was like, man, Tony, I don't remember last time I seen you driving. You got in that car, never driven it, never driven this track, and you killed it. Well, unfortunately, we were wrong.
We were extremely wrong. And you know what? I guess the way he sits in there makes him look like Tony.
But it was actually Justin Bayliss going out there, ripping in this S2000 powered Rabbit, which is really cool. He's currently sitting at a 2:30.580 is his fastest lap time of this event.
No, and the coolest part about this car is it really is everything. So it's a Rabbit body. It has Miata subframes, Miata suspension components, S2000 engine, 4-speed dot box, forward rear end.
You know, sometimes a little bit of everything is kind of nice. It's like going to a buffet, but for car parts.
Sorry, ma'am, COVID has closed all buffets. Even the hotel, there's no continental breakfast because it's a buffet style.
Yeah, I was pretty disappointed when I heard that.
So let's see. I think he was just starting, so this is his first hot lap. Let's see what kind of lap he runs. He has Devin Hoffman right behind him, so Devin has been going faster and faster. She broke into the 27s. She just did a 28 that lap, but she broke into the 27s. Tony D still pushing it, 228.4 fastest lap. You know, I'm not sure the power number. We'll know after the event because I know that the Rabbit is going to go get retuned to UMS, but the car definitely has no problem moving. On practice day, though, they were dealing with boost leaks and the car was breaking up over 7,000 RPM, so it is pretty obvious that they got that figured out. The question is, did Devin pull back or did this car pull away?
Since they were pretty close in times, I believe Devin Hoffman probably just pulled back just to give herself a little more spacing. So you might not see her complete a fast lap this lap that she's currently on, but she might be setting up for the hot lap to happen after this lap. So we'll be excited to see if she's able to go faster this session, because pretty much every session that she's out, she goes faster.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And she'll tell you she's a developing driver. She is not as fast as the car can be, but everywhere she goes faster and faster. At a certain point, she'll be pushing the limits of the car and they can build it even more.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been so exciting to see her develop over this past 2 years. And man, she is sitting at a 226.595. That's fantastic to see. We're so proud of you, Devin.
Especially because last year, I believe her fastest time was a 234.
Yeah,
and
so
that was on the in-car.
That's a huge improvement. And wow, you know, that's really exciting. It says a lot about her dedication and also about her team in general. IAG has been really supportive of her. I know she's got Mike Kojima out there making adjustments to her car, so she's in the hands of the right people. She has a driver coach that she brought out here as well.
Yeah, and an 8-second time is 8-second time improvement at any track is incredible. Sad news, I will tell you though, we can see out of a window where we're commentating, and I just saw them pushing the Eagle Talon.
No.
The team came over here and I saw them pushing it in, so hopefully it's nothing serious.
That's Paul Jaquish's car that we are so excited to see back out here. So it is a bit unfortunate to see him getting pushed back in.
No, exactly. And he's definitely going to do what it takes to get back out there. I mean, this is the biggest issue. This is what we're talking about. Maybe the car isn't timed properly. Maybe they have other small issues. The chassis and aero have been developed. I know they've put in work on that. It really hurts to see it not be able to put a lap down because of the engine itself.
Yeah, but he definitely has a lot of support, a lot of people out there coming to this event to help him and support him, and it's just really cool to see this car out here, to be honest. I mean, I've never seen this car in person myself, and I know we keep joking about this, but I don't even remember the last time I saw an Eagle Talon on the city streets. So it's cool to see it out here. It's cool to see Paul Jaquish driving a car that he is clearly passionate about, and here he is ripping 230 around COTA.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're definitely putting in the time. I mean, the most important part is before the car broke, they were able to put down a lap. So if they can get the car running again before the next session, figure out what the issue is, they have data to work with. The worst thing for a driver or a team is you go out there and you can't even complete a flyer. So you go out there, you're partially through a lap, something breaks. You have nothing to base the data off of. You just have to keep going out blind.
There's Justin Bayless in the 2000 powered Rabbit. Let's see if he's able to lap faster. Ooh, and it looks like he just did. He reset his fastest lap time of this event by 4 seconds.
Yeah, well, I would say they definitely got the engine issues figured out. And the good thing about Justin is if the car stays together and all of that, then everywhere he goes faster. At GTA Finals, he was trying a new turbo that Competition Turbo wanted them to test, and it just didn't work the way they wanted. He wasn't able to put down laps. So coming here, he's back on a more not basic, but a more tried and true setup. And he's just, this car will run laps forever. It's an F20 with a turbo. It's not making 1,000 horsepower. This thing's going to stay reliable for him. So it's up to him to push the car to the limits.
So I believe I did see a black flag for Jonathan Wheeler. I believe he already came into the pits for the black flag. Most likely it's just exceeding track limits, which is really easy to do here. You know, if you just overshoot a corner a little bit, or maybe front tires are starting to fade off a little bit or starting to get on the hotter side, sometimes you'll see that the drivers exceed the track limits. And there are, I think Cuban said, over 40 cameras here at COTA across the entire track. So the officials here at Circuit of the Americas are really on top of it. They know where every car is at all times. There's no hiding anything. You're not going to get away with anything here. And for that reason, that's why MotoGP and Formula One are able to be here, because that's what's part of an FIA certified track.
Oh, no, absolutely. And, you know, there's really no issue with it. Everyone coming here, every competitor we've talked to over the last 3 years said they had a feeling of what it'd be like to be here, but none of them could even dream of what it would be. There's no buyer's remorse driving at COTA. You know, people have gone to tracks that they think they're going to love. I think the biggest one is Laguna Seca. It's so beautiful. The Zanardi Pass, all the heritage with it. But when you talk to a driver, someone who is good at what they do, they'll tell you, yeah, I've driven it once. It's kind of boring. I don't want to go back. You know, you come to COTA, you don't ever hear that.
Yeah, and Tony D is out here running laps in his 911S. That's a street class car. He's been kind of into the higher 28 range and also occasionally into the low 30s, but he was able to clock in at 28.0, so he's about 0.4 of a second off of his current fastest lap time of the event so far. And we have Devin Hoffman on screen here, and well, if you didn't hear me say it earlier today, and I apologize if you've been listening all day, have heard me say this multiple times, but I have a lot of respect for her and her team. They helped out Jackie Ding overnight, even though they're not affiliated with Jackie Ding and his team at all, but IAG and Devin Hoffman stayed until about midnight last night helping Jackie Ding's team sort out the issues that they were having with his car. And man, we saw him earlier today. If you missed it, you should go back and watch it. We saw Jackie Ding live put down his new fastest lap of a 2:17, and it was so exciting to watch him in car.
Well, and you know Jackie's heart was broken day one. He watched his record get dropped by 2 seconds, you know, and 2 seconds is a lot of time. And with the issues he's having, front splitter not holding on with all the downforce, and they've had the same rear wing setup all year from what I know. This is not new. And all of a sudden the rear wing is trying to tear the trunk off the car. So IAG stayed and helped him out, and he just comes out after rocking out in the pit lanes and lays a 2:17.
Which is 5 seconds faster than his old lap record.
Absolutely. And I mean, and the cars like this, okay, Devin Hoffman, the IAG Performance Street Class VA Subaru WRX STI. This car is an amazing car, okay? It is built properly. IAG put proper work into this car. It's not like they just put a few parts into it. This is a supported vehicle, and Devin has been pushing it. I mean, that 226 she did yesterday or earlier today, I mean, really showed that she has not just the confidence in the team, but the confidence in the car. So this is going to be a contender for street class wins, street class podiums, street class records in the future. She gets to sit here and watch Jackie and Amir really push the car for what it's worth. So I was just getting a message from Amir. We don't know if the head gasket's going to hold, but he's going to run it till it blows.
And that's what I like to see. And so, how's it going with his car? They're working on it.
It'll be back out this session.
Really? Wow. So that is. I'm so excited to hear that. I was really depressed when I saw him getting towed off track, and wow, for him to not even miss a session really speaks highly of the team that he has there supporting him. That is a classy team there, man. They found the parts, whatever it was that broke, and hopefully at some point we'll know what broke on his car, but they found the parts, they're fixing it, and they're not even allowing him to miss a session today. They're allowing him all the track time that he can get to hopefully catch up to Jackie Ding and give him a run for his money with that 217.
No, and I mean, they're both the same kind of competitors. They both want to win, but they want to win against someone who's given it give it their all. You know, the Jackie's loss at GTA Finals, it wasn't exciting for Amir. The guy didn't get a chance to put a lap because we know it would have been fast. So they both want to go as fast as they possibly can. Here's all the classes, guys. So enthusiast class, basically driver must be registered owner, needs license registration. Everything needs to be OEM on the trans side. Swaps are only allowed. Here's the class descriptions, my guys. So here's the enthusiast class, a very OEM style class, you know, OEM transmission, minimum aero mods. The tires have to be a 220 treadwear or higher. We do have restrictions on width. Street classes where you can really start to build to the maximum of the rules. No pro drivers, unlimited engine mods, no sequentials unless factory, but gear sets are open, aka dog boxes, moderate aero by 5-inch front splitters, you know, wings up to the roof line, and then you got to use the control tire AO52 with a 265 for rear and front wheel drive. All-wheel drive, and a 295 for rear and front. Limited class is where pro drivers are allowed. You get unlimited engine mods. You can finally run a sequential, but it has to be a handle-operated sequential. The aero box is huge, 14 inches out, 10 inches wide, AO52, but no width restrictions, and you can do any engine swap you want in limited class. That's where we feel it's going to get more severe as time goes forward, because a lot of the fast street car guys are going to go to limited and build to the max. Unlimited, the Ferrises and Coles of the world, pro drivers are allowed whatever engine you want and whatever engine swap you want. You take any car you want, put any engine into it. You can have a paddle shifted sequential. Aero mods are completely open, and you get to run the Yokohama Advan A005 slick, or you can run an AO52 depending on your setup, but obviously the A005 is going to be significantly faster.
Yeah, in the Pro Comp class here, you are allowed pro drivers. You can have unlimited engine mods. Sequential transmissions are allowed. All the aero modifications that you would like. And you can have a tube chassis, cars without VIN, factory prepped race cars. And you must use the Yokohama Advan A005s or the AO52s. And if you haven't been able to see this tower in person, it's amazing. I've actually never been able to go up there myself, but Cuban has, and he cried like a little girl because he's afraid of heights, and so am I. So let's take a look at the enthusiast class current standings here. Thomas Thompson still leading the class with a 230.330, which resets his lap record from last year. Street class, Jackie Ding still in the lead with a 217.341, but let's not forget about Amir Bentatu. He's fixing his car. He's looking to lower that 220.0. Christopher Mayfield keeps surprising us with a 221.7. Limited class, Eric Fleming is still leading the class with a 217.0. Will Hardiman with a 220.0 as well. Thomas Thompson and Zachary Zober with a 220.7 in the McLaren 650R. Unlimited class, Ferris Toomey is still in the lead at a 208.652. Jason Dent, Cameron Lawrence, 215.6. Derek Boyd with a 216.1.
Yeah, with Ferris's being a record, and Ryan Dussis and Nick Seneford are still leading here. They were at a 229, I believe, so a 228 today with 445. We have Justin Bayless, who actually would be in the lead now with his 226. As soon as this session ends, it would push the live time, so this would be changed a little bit. It's going to be a long push for Ryan Dustis and Nick Seneford to pick up 2 seconds to lead the Pro Comp class. Records-wise, we're still sitting in the same place, okay? Mary Valdez is holding the front-wheel drive enthusiast record. Thomas Thompson is holding the enthusiast rear-wheel drive record. Eric Fleming with a 217.0 has the limited rear-wheel drive record. Ryan Dusix and Nick are still holding the Pro Comp all-wheel drive record at a 228. Justin Bayless has just pushed the Pro Comp rear-wheel drive record to a 226. Jackie Ding with that incredible 217 is the street rear-wheel drive record, and Ferris is holding the unlimited rear-wheel drive record at a 208. These are just the records set today. There are obviously records for every class and every drivetrain, but this is 7 records that have fallen just today.
All right, guys, so we are getting started here with Group 2, Session 2, and we have a few exciting drivers out here. Jackie Ding likely got bumped up to Group 1. I didn't see him come out, so with that lap time, he's definitely probably now in Group 1. But let's not forget about Gabriel Shadid, okay? He has that E90 M3, but yesterday, he barely made it to the track, man. He was swapping the engine in that car and barely towed out here in time for the event with no sleep. But last night, I'm sure he got enough sleep, or at least a little bit, and we're expecting him to come back out here. He ran a 224 yesterday, but I spoke with him last night, and he said there's a lot on the table, and he's going to get it today.
No, and he's an amazing driver. He's a setup guy, too. So every time we see him, he is making it a point to go faster wherever he is. He doesn't rest on his laurels. He knows that he can change suspension setup. He can change pickups. He can change anything he cannot pickups, but he can change dampening to make the car faster for every section. So out here we have the Crawford STI. Obviously, here we have Jackie Ding about to start a flyer. I'm positive he thinks that there's more in the car, and you know, it just comes down to what's left.
I guess I missed him coming out in this session, so he is still in Group 2. He might have chosen to stay in this so that he can have the spacing that he wants out front here in Group 2.
Yeah, and I mean, it's obviously Jackie's been running time attack for quite some time. Doesn't matter where he is on the track, he's going to make sure he spaces himself far from whoever the competitor is, along with Thomas Thompson, the person leading enthusiast class, and he is sharing this car with Zachary Sober, the limited class McLaren 650R. This was a brand new set of tires that they put on to drive out here. They're both Texas people, so they're local. Obviously, saying local in Texas is pretty difficult because Texas is huge, but they drove the car out here on the 650Rs. They're going to run as fast a laps as they possibly can, and they're going to drive the car home on the AO52.
Yeah, and we saw Tim Shepner come back out here in his Evo 9. That's a limited class car. He's been sorting out a few gremlins that they had with the car yesterday, but it seems that the car is happier today, and he's looking to reset his current fastest lap time of the event, which he's sitting at a 225.921 right now.
Yeah, and to give you guys an update on the Eagle Talon, they lost power steering. It overheated. And that's actually a common issue we see in time attack cars. When they create such incredible amounts of downforce and so much grip on the tires, a lot of power steering systems have trouble keeping up, and it's not necessarily the pump that fails. The hydraulic fluid gets incredibly hot and stops working, just like brakes.
Yeah, and depending on the power steering system, that can actually be really scary. I've actually encountered that in an endurance race car, and when that happened, it actually would lock up the steering. So hopefully it's not the same for that Eagle Talon, but if it is, I understand how, scary that can be, especially when there's a lot of walls everywhere.
No, absolutely. And, it's when you have an issue like that, you just want it to cool down, try and figure out what it is. It's actually a thing that when we got into time attack 8, 9, 10 years ago, I was really wondering why I saw so many cars with coolers on their steering setups. And, when you're in the lower classes and you don't have crazy aero, it just doesn't make sense to you. Until one day you build a car with great grip, great aero, and you're a lap in and you don't have steering anymore.
Yeah, that is not a fun thing to feel as a driver. And I know also losing the brakes are not a fun thing. And we had car here yesterday experiencing the same thing, and man, we're so glad to see that that Spoon Accord Euro R didn't end up hitting the wall.
No, absolutely. And, you know, that's the thing. Dan Kroll with a 221, he is still running very consistent. Thomas Thompson also with a 221. That's fantastic. It's great to see these guys that all have issues and they always work through them and they get the cars back on track. You know, it's not there's an issue and they call it a day. Ah, the Crawford STI.
Speaking of issues, yes, Curtis Gladen with that STI in limited class, man, I just hate seeing cars break down. I feel for them. I know what it's like, and it bothers me to see that, but it's such as time attack. You know, this is part of the game. We're asking a lot for each one of the chassis and engines, so it happens.
Yeah, and it looks like Jackie's not going to run a lap. He was, you know, getting ready to go, and he brought it back in, and he's talking to his team, and there's something going on that makes him not want to go.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there, but Tim Shepner just clocking in a 25.639. That's actually faster than his current lap time of the event by 0.3 of a second, so congratulations to him in that Evo 9.
No, and, you know, he is going much faster. He is finding time, and we know that this Evo is a really, really good car. You know, and then the best part about these laps right now is Will Dries and Corey Wells are out there in the Prelude. Whatever issues they were having, they are working through them.
And they're really close to resetting their fastest lap time as well. They're 0.3 off that pace, so maybe they have it in this session. We will stay tuned. But speaking of finding time, the Texas Special, Ravi Mirage in that BRZ with an LS3 swap. That's a limited class car. His fastest lap time was a 2:22.6, but looks like he was able to go 0.1 of a second faster with a 2:22.5. So congratulations to Ravi. He's finding a little bit of hairs here each and every time he's out, and looks like he found a 10th.
Yeah, and the car looks really smooth. I mean, the LS is not a heavy engine by any means. It's got a single camshaft. It's a pushrod V8. It's not a twin cam. You know, those do tend to get heavy, but the LS is still going to be heavier than an FA. You know, so you're always fighting balance issues, setup issues, and his car has been really smooth and clean all weekend, and he is just dialing in, finding every little bit he can.
And I'd have to say, the battle of the consistent drivers are going on right now. Christopher Mayfield and Thomas Thompson, they are, in my opinion, the two most consistent drivers here. They're fast. They go each time they're out there. They're looking for fine hairs, and that really speaks to their driving skills. And Thomas Thompson, he's in that 650R right now. They just clocked a 221.2, and they are just been within a few tenths of that all today and yesterday as well.
Yeah, it just shows how well the car's set up. And it does look like the Crawford STI got rolling on its own accord. So it could have been a silly issue. We do see stuff like that where people have to power cycle a car. Not unheard of, not uncommon, you know, so that is good to see. It does look like Will Dries and Corey Wells were able to lay down a 223. If he's on I'm not sure if he's on a flyer right now. It really looks like he's getting out of the way. So he's probably going to bring it back in, try to either cool it down and bring it back in, or cool it down and do another hot lap. What we can see and what my production team can see, it really does look like every single person out here has done a flyer and they're on a cool down. Obviously the Crawford car is trying to limp its way home. It was off track. Will Dries out there is just, you know, going to bring it around as quickly as he can safely. There's two mentalities here. If they were going to come in for tire pressure checks, you actually want to be doing, you know, 80-90%. I think Carla can give you a better thought process on what to do when you want to come in for a tire pressure check to go back out.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky here at COTA just because the pit lane is so long at this track that it really takes up a lot of time. And since these are just 20-minute sessions, it's hard to come in and have time for a tire pressure change. But if you really feel like it's going to benefit you after your first hot lap, you'll see drivers pit in really quick and meet their team to have them adjust the tire pressures really quick and then get back out there, and you'll probably have enough time for one, maybe two more hot laps of that session. But it has to be perfectly timed or else you won't be able to get enough time for a second hot lap.
Yeah, and I'm just going to let you guys know, we want to give a huge shout out to Revline Time Attack. This is the European team that brought their Porsche to their 968 to World Time Attack. They're watching us live right now. We love these guys, and they are a team that is really thinking about possibly coming here to COTA.
Oh,
so
okay.
Revline Time Attack with that beautiful green 968. It is they were the fastest World Time Attack team in Europe. So they were 4th fastest in the world in 2019, of course, is what I'm talking about. So these guys, huge shout out to them. Thanks for watching us. We hope to see the cars soon. And to every other international out there, huge shout out. There is another one, though. The team that built, did you see that MR2 Spider that ran at World Time Attack in 2019?
I did, actually.
That's not a car you see tracked, period, to be honest with you. They built a MR2 Spider for World Time Attack Challenge. These guys are also watching us. And we're talking about people on completely different opposite sides of the world, different time zones, staying awake, waking up early to watch our stream. So big shout out to you guys. Thank you so much. And then if you guys, you know how to reach us. You know what you got to do to get down here. Let's get those cars down here and run.
Yeah, and on screen here we have Christopher Mayfield in that beautiful E92 M3. Looks like he did one of my favorite time attack strategies myself, is he'll go out for a hot lap and then do a mid-session cooldown, but not pit in. So he's doing a hot lap and then taking one lap to cool down the tires, cool down the brakes, cool down the car in general, and then go out and send it for another hot lap. But looks like the rear tires, according to that slide, might still be a little bit on the high side. But it's exciting to watch. But when you do that, oftentimes you'll find yourself being the only car on track putting down a hot lap. So, you know, that's great because you won't encounter anybody else. You won't have to worry about occasionally making a pass or anything like that. It's just literally you, the car, and the track.
Yeah, he is a little rear end happy, and you're totally right. The weather is still good, so the question is, did he have another set of tires, or is he still running the tires from yesterday? Because right now, I'll be the weather girl, it's 62 degrees outside. It's sunny. So the track is going to have some warmth in it, but the weather is incredible. We do have some reporting from the ground, though. Someone here on YouTube, the Crawford car just lost its spun in the S's. So that's why we saw him off, and they're just going to bring it in, make sure there's no flat spots, make sure the car is good, and I'm sure we'll see him again.
That is A-okay to me. As long as they don't have mechanical issues that puts them out for the event, I am happy to see that. So no problem whatsoever. And back to what you were saying about Christopher Mayfield, by watching his lap times, at least from here in my seat and not knowing anything about their team, it seems like they have brought one set of tires for yesterday and today, being as that he's been so consistent with the lap times that he had at the end of the day yesterday. So it's great to see him out here. It's his first event with us.
No, absolutely, and it's fantastic. Every time you guys see this, if you guys have been to a track or ran a track day, you know there's a corner worker on a station usually waving a flag at you to tell you you're black flagged or yellow. They run a completely digital system here. There's 44 cameras, high-def cameras in race control. They know everything, anything and everything you do.
So that would be car number 93, which is Ravi Mirage. He's driving the Texas Special BRZ LS3. That's a limited class car. And he actually did something consistent to what I've noticed across this event. Whenever somebody gets black flag, it seems to be right after they reset their fastest lap time of the event for them. So it's funny to see that, and was consistent with Ravi Mirage as well. He found a 1/10 of a second right before getting black flag.
No, and that's fantastic. It really, you're right, though. Every time we see a black flag, we'll look at the person who got black flagged and they've just ran their fastest lap. And I'm pretty sure Chris Mayfield's out here just trying to drift. Drift Paddock's directly in front of you, brother. You see all the smoke?
He is definitely having a good time out here. And hey, you know what? It's a great place to get some laps in and just get the seat time here. And he's been consistent while doing it as well in that beautiful E92 M3. Speaking of another beautiful car out here, John McGinnis, he's driving that GT3 RS. That's car number 65. He's been able to lap a 223.1, which is a little bit off of his fastest lap time so far of the event. He ran a 222.799 earlier, so we'll see if he's able to match that maybe later in the day when it cools down just a hair.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, It's not warm, but we're really hoping that the weather stays this way. A little bit of overcast for a couple hours, or at least an hour, might even help these people. The thing about it, though, is it doesn't look like that is going to happen. It looks like it's going to be sunny. Yeah, it looks like we have a high of 68, around 3 or 4, and the sun's going to stay out. So this is basically how the weather's going to be. It's not going to be bad at all. The 218 for Dan Kroll, though, I believe is a PB. He did a 219 earlier, but Carlo's way better looking at this.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be his fastest lap time of the event so far. Dan Kroll, car number 45, he just put a 218.984 down. That congratulations to him and the entire team.
No, absolutely, and the whole IAG team, it takes a lot of work to support one car. If you've ever had a car out on track, you've ever tried to support a single car, it takes a lot of work. And they bring out 2 cars to these events. They have to go over data on both cars, help both drivers, make sure they know what's going on. So for both cars in this team to be consistently running faster, it's just a testament to the IAG performance team themselves.
Yeah, and Thomas Thompson, Zachary Sober, they were able to find a 220.6 in this session in that 650R. Christopher Mayfield clocking in a 222.0. Ravi Mirage clocking in his fastest lap time so far of the event with a 222.533. John McGinnis in that GT3 RS ran a 223.113. Will Dries and Corey Wells were able to clock in their fastest lap time of the event as well in that Prelude with a 223.572. And let's not forget about Tim Shepner, who's been chasing the Gremlins in that Evo 9 yesterday. Looks like the car is pretty happy today with a 225.6.
No, I agree, and it has been fantastic. I mean, Chris Mayfield is out here making sure that he gets as many laps as possible. Could he have a different set of tires for later, maybe the Super Lap Battle? We'll try to find out during lunch, but he is very consistent. You know, he's running 222s, 223s every single lap, and that comes with being a nationals final for NASA, an autocross championship. It just, the consistency comes with being that level of driver.
Yeah, and we have Group 1 Session 2 coming up here, and that will be our last time attack session before lunch. And then after lunch, we will go ahead and start doing our time attack sessions once again. And then after that, we will have the last GLTC race of the weekend. So stay tuned, guys. We have a lot of exciting things left in the day as well.
No, absolutely. And, we're just about to get to lunch. During lunch, if you're here or you're on your way here, remember, you can do a pit walk. You get to go up and down the pits, talk to the driver, see the car, see what's going on, and work your way from there.
Let's not forget about the car show going on today from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Looks like it's getting started here, and we also have the Lone Star Drift event, and that has been a crowd favorite. A lot of people coming out, and you're able to get a ride along with one of the drifters here, and it's been a really exciting event. They've been with us since the beginning, and man, you can just see how many people came out here just for this event as well. So it's great. There's a little something for everyone here. There's a car show, we have the drift event, we have time attack, and also you can go and race the go-karts, and in my opinion, this is the coolest go-kart track that I've ever seen. So
we have a lot of go-kart tracks in SoCal. They are super fun. This one is at Circuits of the America, and it's a miniature Circuits of the America. So I don't think we have anything that cool.
Certainly don't. So it's great to be here. Oh, and I can't forget, you can also come here and get your COVID vaccine as well. We have COVID vaccines going on.
If you're eligible in the state of Texas, in Austin, guys, they are due. It has been nonstop since we've been here on Thursday. I think they started Friday. They have full vaccines, everything going on in the parking lot. They're doing everything they can here in Texas to keep it safe, but obviously it's fantastic to see that the state is allowing us to run these events. I mean, this is Disneyland right now. Everyone is in line. They're going down each row, and then, one by one by one, but it's the amount of organization actually is huge because they have officers everywhere. And I didn't even know what a constable was, by the way. I thought that was like a term that was just said about cops. They have actual cops called constables here in Texas who do a lot crazier things than regular officers, but they're out here helping, so they're doing their hardest. And like we were talking about earlier, we have Corvettes in every form of racing here. We have some in GLTC. We have one here at Super Lap Battle. We have one on the drift paddock.
So we are getting ready for Group 1, Session 2, and this has been, a lot of people have been asking about this Evo 10 here. This is a Pikes Peak car, and we're so happy to have him out here at Super Lap Battle.
Obviously, this is a fan favorite car, the Derek Boyd Evo 10. I'm sure you've heard us say it before. That car did go to the top of the mountain at Pikes Peak. They did it in almost under 10 minutes, so we know we're going to see them back at Pikes Peak again this year to try and beat their time. Everything they do to this car is specifically to go up Pikes Peak, so they're hurting their lap times here because they've gone to a more aggressive final drive to make it up the mountain in certain areas better. So they've significantly damaged their top speed, but they're still running very fast laps. They're very competitive, and overall, the car is just an incredible build.
Oh, and who do we have here? Amir Bentatu made it back out. His team got his car fixed, and now he's back out. He didn't even miss a session, so that's amazing to see. And he is ready to give Jackie Ding a run for his money. Look at him cheering outside of the window. We wish you the best luck, Amir, in that beautiful NSX. We know that you have it, and we're looking forward to a really strong competition to reset the street overall record that Jackie Ding has already reset today. Can Amir Bentado do it? Let us know in the comments section.
No,
on
and
YouTube.
look, Life Motorsport is also on the hot pit lane.
He is not going to let Ferris Quartumi take the fastest lap of the event. So let's see if we can get this GTR to put down at least one lap. And we are really hoping. Last year they ran the whole event and we're just constantly chasing the gremlins on this car. So we're really hoping that we can see Cole Powelson lay it down. We just need one lap.
No, absolutely. And the best part about this is it's the same thing on both sides, right? You see Jackie getting super excited to see Amir out there, you know, because Jackie wants to win, but he wants to see Amir lay a lap time down. And if Amir says he laid the fastest lap he could and Jackie still wins, Jackie's going to feel 1,000 times better about that. And in case you were wondering, we were able to get a camera in Cole's car, which gives Cole even way more stress because he can't have any issues. This car has to lay down a lap. He's going to be our in-car.
But if we were able to get the camera in the car, that means that he is ready to go. He thinks that this car can last at least a lap to put down the fastest lap time of the event. Hopefully he can do it. I know Ferris Quartumi is currently the fastest lap of the event at a 2:08, but I know deep down that he is also cheering Cole Powelson on. We really want to see this car lay it down.
Well, and it's, I mean, fans galore. The Life car is the #1 talked about car. You know, we all have our favorites. I'm going to tell you right now, that my favorite car here is this Viper. It sounds incredible, all the work they put in to get it here, but the fan favorite's going to be Cole's car. We just want to see it go fast. When you lay down a time like a 2:07, and that record holds for 2 years, and you know for a fact that record was laid down on a hurt motor, what can he really do with a car that's together?
Hopefully we'll be able to find out right here and right now. He's going to go out and do a warm-up lap, and then as soon as he's on his hot lap, we'll go ahead and mute our mics so you guys can enjoy the in-car footage.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and get you his in-car from the carousel on. So once he starts to go under the tower after the back straight, it's all yours, guys. You get to see him warm it up and send it.
And in the meantime, hopefully Amir Bentatu's engine can last. We know that he's been struggling with it overheating a little bit. They're worried about the head gasket, but he told us he doesn't care. He's going to run it until it blows, and he's going to do everything that he can to give Jackie Ding a run for his money.
Absolutely. All right, so the biggest thing is, and we all know it, will this car stay together? You know, the head gasket has seen better days, so we're really hoping that he can lay down a fast lap, give Jackie something to compete with. Even, truth be told though, even if he lays down a lap time faster than Jackie's, there's 2 sessions left and the super lap battle, and I feel Jackie is in a position to win this because he has no issues with his car right now.
Eric Fleming in that beautiful Z06. It's a limited class car. He's currently leading the limited class himself, but as you can tell, that Z06 is pretty mildly built. It's not even crazy. I mean, he can go, I think, 12 inches on the front splitter, so he has a lot of room left in that car as well.
So limited class has an aero box now. That way it's not so, you know, you don't have to worry about angles. You can go 14 inches out and 10 inches wide of the chassis. So he has a splitter that would fit street class right now.
Yeah, so it's great to see him out here running fast times. And he is just, you know, obviously wheeling that Z06, and we know that everyone also loves that Viper, and we actually had an in-car footage with him yesterday, so if you'd like to go back, we can definitely watch that as well.
Cole is starting to get into it. This is all you guys. Get it. He broke his record with the car breaking up down the front straight. He is coasting to a stop right now. Something broke, and he still did a 2:06.4. Cole Howson.
Woo! All right, we have seen the fastest lap time of the event. Congratulations congratulations to Live Motorsports. They have finally been able to put down a lap in this crazy GTR, so we are so excited to see it.
That blew my mind, guys. I mean, obviously you were watching it with us, and he turned onto the front straight, and we are right here where the turn is where our tower is, and it just immediately started breaking up as if something else broke, or he could have broke another prop shaft for all we know. But what we do know is he coasted across it at 206. So just imagine what the lap time would have been.
It's amazing that we were able to watch the in-car footage for the one lap that they were able to run. They didn't even put down a lap last year, so we actually caught the in-car footage of the one lap that they had, and also the one lap that Jackie Dean needed to be able to reset his record earlier,
incredible, guys. And you know, the thing is, the car made the turn fine. It was between the turn and the timing line. Timing is not at where the cars start. Timing is, you know, right after the turn. So we probably would have seen a 204, 203, which is incredible to think about. So he has just laid down the time that Ferris has to chase.
And it was really cool to see because Ferris Kwartumi is also on track right now, and he saw Cole Powelson coming in his rearview mirror, and I don't know if he was on a hot lap or not, but he sacrificed the lap. He just got out of the way so that Cole Powelson could have the opportunity and not get in the way. So it was so cool to see that. It's, you know, I love seeing that Ferris Kwartumi, such a respectable driver, and letting Cole Powelson get the one chance that he had to lay down a lap.
No, utterly incredible. I can't wait. Now, what we need to see here is we have Eric Fleming, by the way, at a 2:16.0. I don't know if you noticed that. We were a little bit too excited about Cole Powelson. Eric Fleming took a whole second off his record.
And he's still currently the fastest car in limited class, so he has found more time in this session. And man, it is great to see that beautiful Z06 just sliding around the track. Congratulations to him for resetting his fastest lap time.
Yeah, oh my gosh, man. So now, like I said, we're in it for the drama. We need Ferris. Ferris, you got to come out and do a 205. And Cable with a 213.
Okay. Cable Rosenberg in that awesome Viper. Wow. Did he find 2 seconds? I think he ran a 2:15 last session.
He was in the 15s. Yeah, Cable
Yes.
just pulled a given it to 993, but he was a high 15.
Wow, the racing gods are with us in this Group 1 session too. There's a lot happening right now.
No, absolutely, you know, and it's like here we have Amir did a 220, by the way, so I mean he basically did the same time he did last time. We have Eric Fleming resetting the limited rear-wheel drive record. We have Derek Boyd doing a 2:15.8. We have Cable Rosenberg with a 2:13.9, and Cole Powelson with a 2:06.4. I really think it's true that Cole's car and this track hate each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a struggle for the entire team, and man, they worked on that car all night last night, and finally they were able to lay it down, and now they're the fastest car of the session. Ferris Kwartumi looks like he's pulled into the pits here.
And if you guys don't know who that's working on the car, that's Alex Pitts from Pitts Performance. If you've been watching any of Amelia's videos on her C8, they just reset the fastest drag time ever with a C8 with a 941. This is the man that did the turbo kit and tuned that car.
So with that said, it looks like Ferris Kwartumi is ready to turn up the boost.
Well, when I talked to him earlier, he said he was on an 800 horsepower map. They have 3 maps left and a scramble button in every map. So turn up the boost is something they have no problem doing, especially when the tuner is there on site.
Wow, it's so great seeing Cable Rosenberg cracking into the 213 range. That is so amazing, and that Viper sounds amazing down the front straight. If you're here, make sure you walk out to just hear that car rip down the front straight. Ooh, looks like Ferris Kwartumi's coming back out. Maybe they just did a quick map adjustment, and he's ready to send it. Hopefully he's on a high boost power map. Let's go. Let's see him lay down a fast lap here.
Well, okay, so they went over some things. I know they changed some tire pressures. Obviously, those are the two most important things that they could do during a quick pit stop. You're not going to be able to change too much after that. So they went over the map. They changed some tire pressures. He saw, I'm sure either he saw or he was told the lap time that Cole did, and now he knows what he has to do to go out and do it.
It looks like he has an open track to be able to try and see if he can lower his current fastest lap time so far with a 2:08.6. So we are really cheering you on, Ferris. We're happy to see you out here. And even more so, I was really happy to see you give the way to Cole Powelson so that they can put down that 2:06.4 in the Life Motorsports GTR.
So here's the real question. Obviously, Ferris's car is fast, okay? For those of you not here, you would say that the car isn't complete to a standard he wanted. You know, they were working on it up until they towed out here. They ran into some cooling issues with the new aero. And obviously, when you make that many changes on a car, little gremlins are going to come up. They actually have a radiator in the trunk. They added a second radiator in the back and ran all the hard pipes last night before coming. So we know the car is fast. He came out, laid down a 2:08. Let's see if he can put this together and see what happens. I'm pretty sure we saw Amir go back in. I don't think he's going to lay down another lap. With the head gasket issues he's having, Ferris is also coming back in. Either he didn't like what he felt. I mean, there's still not very much time. There's only about 3 or so minutes left in this session, if I'm not mistaken. So I think what they're going to have to do is they're going to have to put the car back in the garage, look at all the data, and see where it goes from there.
Yeah, but not to worry, there's still 2 more sessions left of the event.
And the Super Lap battle.
And which you will definitely qualify for the Super Lap event at the end of the day as well. So basically what that Super Lap battle is at the end of the day, it's the top 3 cars, top 3 fastest cars of each class get the opportunity to individually place a faster lap time. So perhaps they had issues with the car during the day. Maybe they felt like there's a little bit more time on the table. Well, they have the opportunity at the end of the day to try it, and they'll have the most space on track as possible.
Absolutely. So to go over this session, for anyone just tuning in, Cole Powelson just reset his own record. If you watch the lap, it was a spicy lap. He was getting sideways onto the back straight. He was really pushing the car. We had the in-car on the final corner, and you see it. He turned in, put his foot down, and the car just started breaking up. He lifted, put it down again, lifted, put it back down again, just pops and bangs. It could be a transmission issue. It could be another prop shaft issue. It could be he could have split out a coil pack for all we know. But even with coasting through the timing line, 2:06.432. Cable Rosenberg took 2 seconds off of his fastest lap. Eric Fleming reset his own unofficial limited rear-wheel drive record. And Amir went out with a car that had to be towed off last session and ran a 2:20.263, which still keeps him in second, but about 3 seconds off of Jackie Ding's incredible lap.
I believe Derek Boyd also found his fastest lap time of the session. He was able to also put down a 2:15.834. So, guys, this was a really fast session. Like I said, the track conditions are getting better. It looks like we have the fastest lap time so far of the event. So we are now about to take a lunch break. So during lunch today's the only day where we'll have the pit walk. So what that means is that the spectators here at the event are able to come and see the cars up close, talk to the drivers, and really it's an exciting part, and we really love doing the pit walk. So enjoy it while we're here. We'll go ahead and interview a couple of drivers as well.
Absolutely. So we're going to get set up for the pit walk, guys. Make sure to stay tuned. We're also having the drawing for that helmet. We will try to do that live, but the pit walk also comes first. So this year, Carla is actually going to do the pit walk. I've done the pit walk the last 2 years, and I think it's unfair to always be on camera. It's actually unfair for you guys to have to stare at me through the whole pit walk. So Carla's going to be out there doing the pit walk. She'll talk to some drivers. She'll go up and down this paddock and really break down what's going down, give you some information on some of these drivers, the builds, and just overall what you're missing being here. We're going to give you guys the current standings just so you know where everyone sits, and then we're going to get set up. So while Carla goes and gets ready for the pit walk, here's what we got going. We have Thomas Thompson still leading enthusiast class. Jonathan Wheeler, there's, Jonathan Wheeler in second. As you can see, you see the doubles is because our timing and scoring actually just loaded. So Jackie Ding at a 217. Amir very close behind him at a 220. Chris Mayfield with the 221. He is going to be the closest person to Amir who could take him down. We have Devin Hoffman in what would actually be fourth. Eric Fleming is leading limited class with that 216. Will Hardiman with the 220 in second place, and Thomas Thompson and Zachary Sober in third. Ravi Mirage really needs to pick up a few seconds to actually go faster. While my guys reset the timing, we'll get that back to you in a few seconds. It will come up. Make sure you stick with us through this, guys, because you're going to get to, check out the pit walk, check out what's going on here, and it'll just be a minute or two. Give us a few minutes to get Carla out there and ready to go.
just an announcement to all of you beautiful people in the pits here. Be sure to watch out for the drone and wave because you are live on camera from Austin, Texas here at COTA. So if you see the drone and you're here in the hot pits, be sure to wave at the camera because you are live on our live stream. We see you guys. If you're next to all of the beautiful cars out here, go ahead and give a wave to the drone that's flying down the front straight right now.
gonna have to go around. Oh, okay. Yeah, we get to. Remember, those first couple ones have cars that have blocked out.
Okay.
You have to go way past to go around.
Okay. Run over here.
There are two audio knobs and just set them to whatever it needs to be. You want me to set them to 5 now?
Yeah, good.
I don't know where to start. Where to start? Just the first one?
Yeah, let's. First one, so
You go on your other side. Calendar. Let's do a mic check.
mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Okay, so sorry to interrupt.
No, let me go find him for you. I'll find
Sorry, I don't know faces. I don't know. You should have just said yes and then acted like it.
Just giving you a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah. Yes, I found 2 seconds of the last session.
I'd rather be honest.
No, short signal. You have to stand by. You do not have a direct. Stand by. Are you comfortable just talking with the cars? Talking about the cars? I don't understand what you're asking. This is a pit walk for the.
And we are here at the pit walk during lunch hour. We are really excited to be able to watch all of the cars here. All of the crowd is able to come and see the cars for themselves in person and meet the drivers as well. So we're really excited to be able to be here. And this is one of our crowd favorite cars. This is the Viper. It's the 9-liter Viper that we've been super excited about. David Rosenberg, he was able to lower his fastest lap time by 2 seconds in this last session. We haven't been able to find David, so we're going to be able to keep going down the walk here. So follow me and enjoy the view. All right, guys, and as you can see, we have a lot of people visiting us as well. A lot of people enjoying COTA. So all right, yeah, so you can see all the cars are being pulled out here in the pit lane. And we have the Evo X that's been able to find fast laps as well this session. So this is the Pikes Peak car that we've been talking about. Over here we have the Evo 9 that we've also been talking a lot about. That's Tim Scheffner's car. One of the crowd favorites is Devin Hoffman, and this is her Subaru STI. We actually see her over there. Devin, how's it going, Devin? Hey, are you enjoying the event so far? Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, sorry about the mic. We have to do a little social distancing due to COVID, but are you enjoying the event so far?
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to be back here. You know, I feel a lot more comfortable than I did last year, and the car is performing amazing. I'm just trying to catch up to it.
Yeah, that's excellent. I mean, we've seen you constantly lowering your lap time, so great work out there. We're looking forward to seeing you further improve that time. Thank you, Devin.
Appreciate it.
All right, and this is Dan Kroll's Subaru STI as well. We've been watching this guy. He's been able to clock into the low 20s now. And as we move further down the pit walk, we see the beautiful GT3 RS. Cole Powelson, we are so happy for you. Oh, he's running away. He's camera shy. I'm sorry. Well, his car is not camera shy. This is the Life Motorsports GTR. We're so excited for you and your team, Cole Powelson. Congratulations. Congrats. Yes. How are you feeling? This is the first time you're able to put down a lap, so congratulations.
I think I got another record, and it's the most consecutive outings without a timed lap. Last year, I think we went out for every session, didn't put one in. This year, we struggled yesterday, and we were able to put one on the board today. So it was it's a good feeling.
Excellent feeling. Do you think there's anything left in the car? We saw it kind of blip on the front straight there.
Yeah, kind of a big blip. The drive shaft let go again. So
again, okay.
We were able to fix it, build a little bit more margin in it, obviously just enough. And so I don't know if it broke right before the timing light or right after, but anyway, it was really, really close. The car definitely has more in it. I made a couple mistakes out there, and so yeah, there's more, but it's just we got to find the money cannon to throw at it again.
All right. Well, congratulations again,
Thank
Cole.
you.
We're so excited to have you out here again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Love it.
Let's keep going down the pit walk here, guys. Choose. All right, so we actually haven't seen the AMG GT out yet today, but hopefully we'll see him out later in the second half of the day. We still have 2 more time attack sessions. One of the most exotic cars in the pits here is Justin Bayless's Rabbit with the S2000 engine. We've been able to see him continue to find time in that car as well. Christopher Mayfield's E92 M3. Let me take a look at his tires. Yeah, looks like he's on the same tires from yesterday. And we have Gabriel Shadid. We'll walk over. Where's your car?
It's jacked up.
It's jacked up.
They're going to replace the power steering rack.
Power
here.
steering rack. Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear
all weekend
that.
we've been having, we replaced the engine this week, and then the steering rack has been a problem all weekend. So we're trying to get back out there.
I'm so sorry to hear that, but hopefully we'll see you at the end of the day today, okay?
We're shooting for it.
All right, well, good luck
Thanks.
today. That's Gabriel Shadid. He has that E90 M3 that he's been chasing gremlins. He broke the car during testing. But let's not forget about the Texas Special that we love. This is the BRZ with the LS3 swap. And we definitely want to take a look here. We have a fan here. Can we talk to you really quick, buddy? What's your name?
What's your name?
What's your name, buddy? Yeah, are you having a good time? Great. Well, we're so excited to have you, and hopefully you become a race car driver one day. All right. Enjoy the event. Okay. I get camera shy too, so I don't blame him. All right. So you must be the helmet guy.
Damn.
You are the helmet guy. Are we
Y'all
doing
wanna
the
do
raffle?
it? Do you want to do it? Because I'm giving away a couple of things and the
Yes.
raffle for the helmet thing.
Let's go ahead and do it.
Where you want to do it?
Do it right here. All right, guys. Thank you so much. We're going to do the helmet raffle that we've been talking about. A lot of people are really excited about it. This is the 911S that we've been excited to watch on camera.
Y'all
Tony
had
D.
an car yesterday.
Yeah, Tony D, you're the driver.
sir.
Yes, all right. How's it going? Are you feeling good?
Yeah, we're still feeling good.
Okay.
We ran a personal best yesterday and then fell a spot today. So, but we have a good time, and we'll take the car to dinner tonight after we're all done with it today at the racetrack.
All right, time for celebration. Well, congrats, Tony D.
Appreciate y'all coming out.
Yes, thank you. Let's keep walking down pit lane here. The 370Z, he's been finding time. That's an enthusiast class car. One of the many Ford Focus RSs here at the track today. All right, and this is the Golf R, guys. We have been seeing all of the enthusiast class drivers continuing to chip away at their best lap times.
Okay, and let's not forget about Amir Bentatu's NSX. He is nowhere to be found, but we're really hoping to see him continue to lower that 220 lap time. He's currently sitting at a 220.2, so hopefully we'll be able to see him bring the car back out. He did have issues with the car, and his team was able to sort out all issues, and he didn't even miss a session, so congratulations to him. Thank you to our beautiful models for being here at the event. That's the SPL Mustang GT as well. And we love this beautiful blue McLaren 650R. You can't hate on the vertical doors. All right, and here's our current enthusiast class, fastest car in enthusiast class. He has just reset his own record, Thomas Thompson, with a 330. We're so glad to have him out here. And it's such an unassuming car. You would just see this on the mall, and here he is ripping around the track. Nick Bright, here we are. Nick Bright is the one that has been driving the Spoon Euro Accord R. Yesterday you had brake failures, but you avoided the wall, so we're glad to see you're okay. What did you do in that moment?
It wasn't me, it was my co-driver, but I'm pretty sure he left streaks in more places than just one. But he's safe, the car is good, he kept it out of the wall, and him being okay was my main concern. The car can be replaced.
Absolutely. Well, we're glad to see that it's still here. It's in one piece. It's untouched. So hopefully you don't have any more braking issues or whatever was causing that. And we hope to see you continue to go faster today.
We will have a good time today.
Okay.
It's not about the speed. It's about the experience and spending time with good friends.
Good. Good to hear. All right. Thank you so much, Nick.
Have a good one.
Take care. All right, and this is the time attack car straight from Japan. Ryan Dussex, this looks like he is one of the drivers of the car. How is it going for you so far for the event today?
It's going. We're having a ton of fun. Love giving away the stickers and stuff and chatting with people about the cars. We're learning so much about this car in such a short amount of time that we've had it. And for as stock as the car's power plant is, it's awesome to see how fast and how reliable it's been, which is a huge change for me.
Awesome. Well, thank you for coming out here. We're so glad to have it debuted in America.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good luck today, okay?
Thank you, Carla.
Thank you. All right, let's keep it moving. Another one of the Focus RSs. This is Jaime Santos, an enthusiast class car. The Talon. Here we are. Oh, is this all right? Let's give it a go. Hey, how's it going? We heard that you had more issues with the car.
Yep.
Do you think you'll be able to make it out for the next session?
We're hoping. We got guys out getting parts right now.
Okay.
We'll keep wrenching on it and hopefully get a good lap in today. So.
Good luck. We'll see you out there, okay?
I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, let's keep it moving. We got a lot more cars left here. This is the Grid Life section, so we have a few of the Grid Life GLTC race cars that we've seen on camera. We're so happy to have them here at the event. We've been enjoying their 20-minute sprint races. They have one more race left in the day today. But as we continue to walk down towards the end of the road here, that awesome Corolla AE86 that's been driven by Joshua Garcia. Here he is, nice guy on the paddock. And hello, we're excited to have you. How's it going for you today?
It's going really good.
Good, good. Good. Do you think there's more time left on the table?
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to squeeze a little bit more out of it. My goal was to match the time of the S2000 powered coupe, which was 2:37.
All right.
And I'm at a 2:38.1, so
we're hoping that you're gonna reach that 2:37. Best of luck to you, Joshua, and we hope that you're able to get it. Okay.
I appreciate the love. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's keep it going, and this is the Supra that Austin Shipley bought for this event. He was supposed to bring his CTR, but unfortunately the CTR was in an accident on the street. So he bought this car specifically for this event so that he could make it out. And next to the Supra, we have the CTR, owned and driven by Mary Valdez. And we were really excited to have her out here. Looks like we have Mary Valdez actually right here over with us. Can we bug you? Hi, Mary. Mary Valdez drove here all the way from New York in the CTR. How are you doing today?
Good.
We're excited to have you out here. Do you think there's more time on the table left?
Definitely.
Definitely.
There's always more time.
All right. Well, we're so excited to see you continue to go faster and faster, and you're currently on the enthusiast class podium.
Yes.
It would be amazing for you to be on the podium on your first event at Super Lap Battles.
It's actually my first time attack event ever. first competitive
This is
event
a,
ever.
a huge time attack event in general. Congratulations and best of luck to you, okay? Thank you, Mary. All right, let's keep it going. Let's not forget about Jackie Ding. All right, we're so excited to have you here.
How are you?
Good, good. So, Jackie,
Yes.
2:17.
Out of nowhere.
5 seconds faster than your own record here. Jackie Ding, talk to me.
I mean, it's been a year.
Yes.
I hope after a year you could go a decent chunk quicker.
5 seconds is quite a bit quicker.
Quite a bit. I mean,
Yeah.
everybody on the project has done a lot of work. AMS got us 200 more horsepower.
Okay.
We have way more aero from Verse and Spage. We have better suspension, better tires, better everything. Why wouldn't it go 5 seconds quicker?
But tell us about the music that you're listening to. I really think that this is the secret to his success.
Attack on Titan Season 4 opening.
Okay, I don't even know what that is, but
It's-
that's what
it's
he
very
listens
copyright.
to. So if you guys want to go faster at the track, be sure to listen to
No, don't.
whatever Jackie Ding listens to. That's the secret to your success.
Thank
All
you.
right. Good luck, Jackie Ding. Guys, thank you so much for watching the Pit Walk. We're going to take a break here for lunch. We'll be back at 1 p.m., so stay tuned.
Oh my God.